you know what we're here for? The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
What'd you drum up?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed! Come on! Phrasing.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
Consequences.
Don't be creepy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
What?
How rude.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
That's hot.
Read of the Second Amendment?
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
I see that you know your judo.
It's science.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
So hot right now.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Oh, girl, baby, girl. Oh, girl, baby, girl.
What now?
A fucking bitch.
Your name, please?
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
This is from 12 Rules for Life. Aren't I a good guy?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Are you not afraid?
Follow the betray.
Consequences.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
What?
Well, here we are again. Floating somewhere between Earth and the never-ending void. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, so we better get straight to it. Remember, to keep those seatbelts fastened at all times during this journey to the unknown. Wow, a lot of chatters in here already. Nova Novip, Disco Wolf, Selena Mary, PB, Shakespeare, Bob Treesh. So many chats, so little time. Donald James X, I see you in there. Stephen K, Himmy, Aaron W. I think I got everybody. I could be wrong. Germ, I see you too. Hopefully I got my preliminary shoutouts here done correctly. Now it's time for us to start in a familiar place. One which you've perhaps traipsed down before. Dark Alley, known as the United States. Start here, from the AP archive, dig. Butterflies, stuffed animals, and blue roses. At the 10-year anniversary of Michael Brown.
Release these butterflies for my boy. Yeah, son. Everyone that felt the same pain with his family. This is representative of them. You heard me? Sam! I'm gonna say MB forever, MB2 forever. I love you, son. I'm gonna keep rolling till my casket drop. You know your daddy got your back. I ain't never stopped in the streets. I ain't gonna never stop with the system. That's right. That's right.
Hard to believe it has been 10 years already since the death of Michael Brown. Does not feel like it's been that long.
To change this country, and we will never turn back because we are the world to know. He sold his family out. That's right. And we shall never ever forget the joy and the love of our dear brother Michael Brown Jr. Thank you. Only got 6 minutes. Debo, 6 minutes. Come on.
Okay. Just figured we would take a moment here to remember Michael Brown, along with his family and community there in Ferguson. I suppose it's time to get on to other things here, and we are going to get straight into the political. Who to start with first? I honestly... You know what? I think I might move these videos further down the list here. Yeah. Yeah, I like that plan. I like that plan. Okay. Let's go here. We have 20 likes already. How's that even possible? We've been streaming for 15 minutes. All right. Please hold. That's a 6. It's also a 6. 11? Okay. Okay, we will address that momentarily. Let's go here. No, don't do that. No, this is not what I wanted. How dare you? Oh, you son of a... Please hold even slightly longer. So sorry about that. Let's go here. This is from a couple of days, well, not even quite 2 days ago. But Donald Trump went and cast his early ballot in the Florida primary vote. Early ballots?
Illegal.
It doesn't sound right.
Well, thank you very much. Great honor to vote.
If I recall correctly, I could have sworn that early voting was illegal. At least in Donald Trump's mind.
Illegal.
Early voting, mail-in ballots, all of that. I thought that was part of the steal. I'm very confused. Is he doing a steal right now?
They've done a fantastic job here, and we appreciate it. We think we're doing very well. We just had a poll that shows we're doing very well, and we have an interesting couple of months ahead of us. I'm going to.
Seems very, very low energy right now. Come on, Don. Get the Sudafed out.
Carolina right now, we're going to speak on the economy. It's basically a speech on what's going on with our economy. It's gone very bad under this group of people with inflation, with the economy itself, and so many other things. The other thing we're going to talk a little bit on is crime. If you look at the migrant crime in New York, it's been out of control.
Oh my God. All the best hits. Migrant crime taking over the streets of New York. Just yesterday, I saw a Mexican when I was leaving Trump Tower, and I said, that right there, that should be illegal. At least I'm pretty sure, I didn't ask, but he seemed, from afar, he appeared to be Mexican. Nothing racist about that.
Illegal.
Hold on, I gotta give you your support characters. I'm gonna forget if I don't do it now, so here we go. We got a John Wick and a Gary. To go with your rollover Bacula from last stream, of course. I didn't forget. I would not do that. Okay, there we go.
And it is everywhere, as I predicted a long time ago. And we'll be talking a little bit about crime and all of the people that have come into our country illegally, millions and millions. I think it's close to 20 million, maybe it's more than 20.
We're only going to talk about crimes that migrants commit. Even though, statistically, they cause a lot less crimes to happen than citizens of the United States. That's not the important part. That's not what's important.
And they shouldn't have been allowed to come here. It's causing tremendous problems, causing death, and just it's been a horror show. Nobody's seen anything like it, and it's only going to get worse. They should not have allowed this to happen to our country. With that being said, I'm leaving for right now North Carolina. Do you have a question?
Yes, sir. What has the FBI told you about the hack on your campaign?
Well, they're looking at it, and they're doing it very professionally, and it looks like it's Iran doing it because Iran is no friend
I'm
of
sorry.
mine.
I'm sorry.
And, a lot of bad signals get sent, but it looks like it's Iran.
Wait, the FBI is being very professional? I could have sworn that the FBI was one of those supposed 3-letter agencies that was completely in bed with the Democrats.
Illegal.
I'm very confused. Professional FBI? I thought they were the ones who were trying to steal the election from him. Jim Comey and all that. Does anybody remember that? It doesn't feel like that long ago that he was calling the FBI all sorts of interesting names. Not professional. That was not one of them. I don't recall him saying the very professional FBI is doing a terrible witch hunt investigation of me in a very professional manner. And I respect them for it. Nope, I don't remember that. I'm confused.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Let's go to some other choice clips of our Republican candidates for president and vice president. Let's go to J.D. Vance here. Yes, J.D. Vance. What do you have to say, J.D.? Well, since people have been picking on J.D. for his sort of completely unlikable personality and being in bed with, you know, crypto fascists and having really weird ideologies, supposed fascination with furniture, it's been going bad. Let's just say that. It's been going bad for JD. So he's decided he's going to flip the script. Here we go. Let's see how he does that. Here we go, JD. Flip the script.
Now the media, our friends in the back, they make a lot of new noise.
A lot of new noise.
Make a lot of news about the new tone of Kamala Harris's campaign. Have you seen this?
A lot of new noise of the new tone. A lot of alliteration is what's going on here, JD.
They say Kamala Harris, you can tell she's excited.
Let's try that again.
New noise.
The new
Make
noise.
a lot of news about the
lot of the news and the
Kamala Harris's campaign.
the noise and the
Have you seen
news.
this? They say Kamala Harris, you can tell she's excited. But I'll tell you what she's excited about. She's excited that she just got a promotion without earning a single American vote. She says she's having fun. But while she's having fun, Americans are suffering under her policies.
Well, thankfully for JD here, no one is going to attempt to accuse him or Trump of having any fun right now. They both seem to be having a really terrible time.
When she laughs during a speech, remember that there are American families crying this very day because they cannot...
No laughing. If I see you laughing, that's illegal.
Illegal.
Unacceptable. You can't laugh while other people are crying. It's inappropriate.
How rude.
...afford groceries. When she does these rallies and does these events and does these fake dances, remember that there are parents who lost their children to drugs or violence who will never see their...
The dance... What's a fake dance? Can anybody expound on that for me? Because I'm very confused. What is a fake dance? Like, I get what a fake laugh is. Like, somebody's pretending to think something's funny and they're laughing, but they're not really laughing. But what is a fake dance? What does that mean? I'm so confused. Like, I'm trying to imagine somebody standing completely still, but somehow managing to pull off a fake, like a fake. What does that mean? What does that mean, JD? She looks like she's dancing, but she's actually not. It's a fake dance.
Children move again, much less dance again. When she tells you, and this is her new slogan, we're not going back. Remember that for 3.5 years, that is exactly what we've been doing. We've been going back to a place where Americans aren't kings in their own country, but paupers, begging their government for...
Really, really interesting sentiment coming here from JD. He has a problem with people feeling like paupers in their own country while he hobnobs and sidles up to people like Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, perhaps. These are all people who are quasi kings in our society while everybody else lives like paupers. So why not talk about this country? Well, because then that would be awkward. Better talk about the other kings in other countries. That way it looks like we're doing a good job. You thought you heard what is a fake Vance? What is a fake Vance? That's a great question. I think that's just the Vance. Just a normal Vance is a fake Vance. Okay, let's see how Donald Trump is trying to flip the script right now. He is also struggling a little bit with finding a viable tone to stick with. Let's see here. I think this is at a rally earlier yesterday. Maybe earlier today, actually.
Boom. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was not a pleasant day. I'll tell you, front row Joes were there.
The front row Joes.
Front row Joes were there. They've seen it all, haven't you, huh? You've seen it. I've
never heard of a front row Joe before. This is the first time I'm hearing that phrase.
Horrible day. That was a terrible day. She's flip-flopping on every single thing she's ever espoused or believed in, the border, healthcare, crime. But she truly is a radical. She's flip-flopping on everything to get elected. After she gets elected, it all goes right back to where it was. She refuses to do any interviews or press conferences. Almost 30 days now. She hasn't done an interview. You know why she hasn't done an interview? Because she's not smart. She's not intelligent. And we've gone through enough of that with this guy, Crooked Joe.
So that's what it is. Donald Trump. Fail son. Smarter than Kamala Harris. Woman with a law degree. Interesting. So that's the new plan, is to call Kamala Harris a big dummy. Not smart.
He didn't do interviews either. They kept him in his basement, and essentially they're keeping her in the basement the same way they kept her. They don't want to expose her to, like, a question like, what did you have for dinner tonight? Remember, Joe, what kind of ice cream is your favorite? Vanilla. Oh, I like vanilla.
Meanwhile, tough question for Donald. Which one's your favorite? Specifically relating to your children. Hey, Don. Which of your kids are your favorite? What are the names of my kids again? Eric's pretty good most days.
That
Tiffany's
was George
definitely at the bottom.
He asked him that. What's your favorite ice cream? With me, they asked me a little bit different question. That's all right. Did everybody the other night see?
What's your favorite Happy Meal, Donald? I really like the ones with the Hamburglar toys. That was my favorite. When I'm president, we're gonna bring back the Hamburglar. So yeah, this is his new line of attack, which seems to be falling pretty flat, not gonna lie. For a man such as Donald, with questionable mental acuities, maybe don't go... What's the word? Don't go chasing waterfalls. Don't go throwing rocks in glass houses. Something like that. Let's go here to a channel perhaps familiar to some. Here's the Majority Report with Samuel Seda 12 hours ago.
There does seem to be some panic within Republican circles about what's going on. You're starting to see people say, like, he's going to dump Vance. I don't think he'll do that. You're also starting to see, like, Trump going out at, in front of donors and blaming Vance for stuff.
I'm not going to lie, though. There are times where I feel like I can see it on his face. Like, he's thinking, he's like, I saw it. They got rid of Joe. Maybe I can get rid of JD. I don't know. How much time do we have again?
Which, shoe might fit a little bit. But this is going to really scare the Trump people. Here is CNN's Harry Enton. And one of the things that we talked about, the value of an Andy Bashir or a Tim Walz, is that they can go into places in between the rural areas, not, beat Trump there, but can carry a message that might ever so slightly close the gap a little bit, because this is so much about margins. They sent Andy Bashir to Forsyth County. I imagine you'll start to see, you'll see Walz go into places like Georgia and, even North Carolina. And you'll see him definitely, obviously, throughout Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. And it just seems like, just off the top of the bat, like, I don't know if it's a function of Walz, but this I found really surprising, particularly at this stage.
So, Harry, we know, obviously, you look at the overall polls, you see these swing state polls, the ones over the weekend from Siena did stand out. We'll see if that's really where this goes. But you found something very interesting in terms of one group that stands out.
White working class voters, white voters without a college degree. That is Donald Trump's core group. That was the reason why he was able to break down that giant blue wall, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, in the Great Lakes. And look at their support now versus where we were a few months ago when the matchup was between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Look, Donald Trump still leads, but look at that margin. It has shrunk significantly. It was 25 points back in May. It is now 14 points now.
Wow. That is very unfortunate for Donald. That's his bread and butter. Non-college white voters? Oh, God. What'll he have to do next? I mean, he is in trouble.
In August, nearly been sliced by half. Those numbers that Harris is putting up amongst that group right now are actually slightly better than Joe Biden did 4 years ago amongst those voters in those key states. Those are the types of numbers that Kamala Harris needs to put up in order to win. And of course, Joe Biden was like, I don't want to drop out of the race because I'm not sure that Kamala Harris can break in with this group, but it turns out she absolutely can.
Which is fascinating.
Pause it for a second. I mean, she's outperforming Biden did in 2020.
Yep.
And I want to make something clear here, too. We've talked about this. Imagine the electorate is a pie, right? And Donald Trump won one slice of pie, a cohort, white working class, older people, largely also white people. Joe Biden won, in 2020, younger people, people of color, black, brown, Asian, women. Joe Biden's cohorts have grown. Donald Trump's cohorts have shrunk. So even if the pie, the percentages, the cohorts still go to where they went last time, Biden would win, on that coalition by millions more votes than he did in 2020 because those segments of the population are simply more populous than they were.
I think what he means is Kamala would win over Biden's victory. I think it was a weird way to try and phrase it. But yeah, I think people get what's happening here. Donald Trump's base thinning at the margins. By the way, I see Omegastar has the majority report Twitch emotes. Very fancy. Very, very fancy. Oh my god, I'm on top chat on YouTube. This is rude. This is unacceptable.
How rude.
There we go. going to keep watching.
Also, the economy. When we look at that, we're talking about that. That's an issue Trump has been extremely strong on. Is that changing?
It is. I mean, again, look, we're still looking at Trump having a clear advantage amongst white working class voters in, the Great Lake battleground states. But again, the margin is shrinking, and elections are all about margins. You see it shrinking. He had a 36-point advantage in May. It's now down to 24 points here in August. These are the types of numbers that Kamala Harris needs to put up. And more than that, it's about the economy. This is also a change election, and it's also about change as well. And she's breaking through among white working class voters on the issue of change. So the economy and change working for her cohesively.
You're talking about Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. There, obviously, those are crucial. That's that blue wall. But when you look more broadly, does this tip the scale as you look at other crucial must-win states?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Non-college whites are a key group across the board. They are a plurality of voters in the electorate when you compare them with college-educated whites or if you compare them with African Americans and Hispanics, and especially in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Look at that. They're the majority of voters. The fact that Harris is closing in on Trump with them is the big reason why she has those advantages she has now in those New York Times Siena College
Absolutely
polls.
Fascinating.
I mean, it's a big deal, and it's got to make them panic. Now, just to be clear, it's August 14th. We have 3 months to go, and the cohort of people who are going to ultimately make the difference in this election don't really start engaging for another month.
Yeah, but the fact is Donald Trump, because of the way that he and Republicans have framed things, they are a exclusionary policy. But not policy, exclusionary party, in a way, right? Not entirely, not explicitly, but because of their rhetoric and stuff, they are constantly, disenfranchising otherwise potential Republican voters, right? Like they are constantly saying things that make people feel alienated, such as, I mean, I don't think we need to go down the list, to be perfectly honest. It's pretty much everything they say. But yeah, that's bad for Donald Trump because fact is, Democrats, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz here, they aren't closing the party off to people. They are, they're welcoming everybody in. We have 30 likes now, my God. That's a lot of likes. We're not even an hour in. Okay, Lady Badass is gonna go cry. Don't cry. Why are you crying? No, don't do that. One of your favorite gays is ignoring you. I don't know what that means. I know we do tough stuff here, but people crying for reasons other than the vids that's bad. Okay. Where do we go? Let's go to this one. This is from 10 hours ago from CNN. Donald Trump asks that sentencing in hush money case be postponed until after election.
Illegal.
Justin, Donald Trump is asking the judge in his hush money case to delay his sentencing until after the election. Right now it's scheduled for September 18th. CNN's chief legal affairs correspondent Paula Reed joins us now. Paula.
Dana, this is another attempt by the Trump team to try to delay Trump's sentencing up in New York. Now, in this letter sent to the judge today, obtained by CNN, they're making two key arguments. The first is they are arguing that this sentencing could have an impact on the 2024 presidential race.
Yeah, but the same can be said for the opposite, right? It's pretty easy to, I think, legally dismantle that argument, right? It's a trial. It is completely separate from the election and to delay or to speed it up for the purposes of either affecting or not affecting the election is in fact affecting the election one way or another. You just do as you're supposed to. It's a criminal trial. Do it as it's planned. That's what should be happening here. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is having night sweats over just how bad it would hurt him to be, I don't know, in jail for the rest of the election, being forced to go back to New York City, where he's clearly not going to win. Can't campaign in Manhattan. I guess he could. I mean, it wouldn't be very helpful, but he could. But yeah, it would be super bad for Donald Trump if they decide to go forward as they have been planning to on this. They already postponed the sentencing by a month, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe more than that. Let me think. No, it's been like a full month. They were supposed to do it back in July. So yeah, Donald Trump crying.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Very upset. Very, very upset. Okay. Let's go here. Another CNN vid. I'm very sorry. This is what happens at the beginning of the stream. Fucking CNN. Okay. Let's go here. Project 2025 co-author discusses work in hidden camera video.
Project 2025. It's a group that produced a 900-page document about what a second Trump administration should do on everything from how to deport undocumented immigrants to stacking federal agencies deep with MAGA acolytes. It's an extreme vision, one that the Trump campaign has tried to distance itself from publicly. Now, in an explosive undercover video, we see and hear a co-author of Project 2025, a former Trump cabinet member, saying explicitly that Donald Trump, quote, blessed the work he's doing now. He was secretly videotaped by a nonprofit journalism group. Our senior investigative correspondent, Kyung Law, is here with everything that you are picking up. Kyung, take it away.
Well, Dana, we've by now all heard about what you've laid out there, Project 2025, and how Trump says he doesn't know anything about it. Well, one of the co-authors of Project 2025 is a man named Russell Vought. He was not only on Trump's cabinet, but was also in charge of the GOP policy platform.
His last name is Vought?
Republican National Convention. I want you to look at this hidden camera video. Vought thought he was talking to the relatives of a wealthy investor. But it turns out this meeting was set up and recorded by an undercover journalist and an actor for the Center for Climate Reporting, a British organization. He says Trump's rejection of Project 2025 is just politics. And Vought explained he's creating so-called shadow agencies, getting regulations, memos, and executive orders ready for action on the first day of a Trump presidency. He also believes in expanding presidential powers and that the president has the authority to use the military to maintain law and order. I want you to listen to how he talks about why Trump is publicly trying to separate himself from Project 2025.
So, we've got about 350 different documents that are regulations and things of that nature that we're planning for the next administration. And then you may say, okay, all right, DHS, we want to have a largest deportation. What are your actual memos that a secretary sends out to do it? Like, there's an executive order, regulations, secretarial memos. Those are the types of things that need to be thought through, so you're not having to scramble to do that later on. We were always going off of, if Donald Trump was head of this agency, what would he do with it? What has he said? And then what do we know from the first term? And that's how we've been approaching this. He's very supportive of what we do.
Oh boy, that kind of flies in the face of everything Donald's been saying in the last couple weeks about Project 2025 that he's, I don't know, never heard of it.
A what now?
And that it, you know, it's very radical. But in fact, I mean, it is radical, but it's based upon, literally, his own words and actions in office. And then a little bit of what do you call it? Nostradamus sort of effect, where they're like, "What if we were Trump? What would we do?" You know? Oh boy. I honestly found it shocking that he's tried to back off of it, and you know, like. The fact is practically everything in there is stuff that Donald Trump has said or alluded to at one or another time. So it's weird for him to do it, in my opinion. I know he's trying to appear more centrist, more moderate for the general election here as it starts, but as we've seen recently, we're not going to look at it right now, but we've seen the Groyper Nation, you know, the Nick Fuentes's and so on and so forth, so sort of, well, going so far as disavowing Donald Trump. At least it's certainly causing a lot of those people to be concerned, as he's talking about, you know, things very important to them. So sad. So sad for Trumpy. It's not going well. Is the cat distribution system paused? Is there a cat distribution system in the first place? I didn't even realize there was one to start with, so I'm very confused. Okay, I gotta line this next one up, or otherwise I'm definitely gonna get copyright struck. But little outfit known as the Daily Show. A little montage here to show Donald Trump. He's been trying to rehash all the old talking points from the past. I'm gonna try and watch part of this montage without getting copyright struck. We'll see how that goes. It's gonna be bad, actually. I feel like it's gonna go bad. Now that I'm saying it out loud, I just feel like it's definitely not gonna go well. Whatever. We're gonna try.
He is in pain right now.
Multiple sources tell the Washington Post Trump has grown increasingly upset about Harris's surging poll numbers.
Trump is, quote, complaining relentlessly.
Posting multiple times on social media, clearly frustrated with Biden's decision to step aside, saying, quote, now we have to start all over again.
Not fair!
Not fair. Seriously, though, he has been doing that this whole time. We keep talking about it. It's just getting worse and worse. Oh god, he's really, I swear to god, I know I did a whole spiel, like a fictional Trump dream about how Joe Biden comes back to save him from having to run against Kamala, who he's having a really bad time with right now. Hold on, that wasn't the part though. I totally fucked up. Is it here? Oh fuck! I'm gonna whine. If I try, I should have written down the exact spots I wanted. This is what I get for trying to remember things all the time rather than writing them down. We're skipping past this. Let's go here. Talk about polls a little more. We already talked about how Trump is losing college non-college educated white voters. Let's go here. It's another CNN piece from 14 hours ago where Kamala Harris is seeing a giant increase in another voting demographic, if you will.
Every day here on CNN's flagship morning show, we are trying to lay out deep insight in the major historic shifts in this election. CNN senior data reporter Harry Etten is here with what might be, or up until this point, was one of the key, if not the key voting bloc in
Is it just me, or does anybody else find Harry Etten incredibly awkward?
So-called double haters, people who didn't like either Donald Trump or President Biden. What's happening with them?
Yeah, all right. So let's take a look at double haters. As you pointed out, these are folks who dislike Joe Biden as well as Donald Trump. And I want you to look at their voting patterns, who they want.
I mean, this is freaking huge. This is a Monmouth university poll, but this is crazy. I mean, whoopsies. Don't do that. Look at this. That's a 25 percentage point increase from when Biden was running in June to now with Harris. It's 25 points up. Donald Trump down 8 points. This is, and if you didn't quite catch what group of people this is people, quote unquote, double haters. And that might be obvious, but I'll explain what that means. What they mean by double haters are people who, when asked about who they liked between the two candidates, they said, neither, they both suck real bad. Can I choose literally anybody else? And they were like, no. And then they were like, fine, Biden or Trump. Now it's Harris or Trump. And there has been a 33 percentage point swing. It's pretty incredible. Saying it out loud. 33 percentage point swing in less than 2 months. Much less than 2 months, honestly. 33%.
For president. Now let's go back to June. What we saw was 28% of those folks were going for Joe Biden compared to 19% who said they were going for Donald Trump. Now that Kamala Harris is the Democratic nominee, look at her support among them. Look at this, 53%.
All right, it's enough. Again, Harry is just too awkward for me. I can't watch these videos. Like, I feel like I watch these just to pause them on the stats. And then we stop watching them. We got 49 seconds in there on that CNN vid for 10.5 minutes. Yeah, that feels right. That's transformative, right, Chad? Okay, let's end with this. We see Donald Trump and J.D. Vance struggling to find any sort of reasonable, non-idiotic talking points for Kamala Harris or Tim Walz. I mean, they seem to have completely given up on Tim and are just focusing on Kamala. I think there's an obvious reason for that, but let's just move forward. So we saw that. We see that the numbers are moving quickly. Shifting beneath the sands. Let's go here to, oh shit. Hold on. That's right. Now let's go and see what's happening in the West Wing. Oh, gotta hydrate. Oh. Sorry, chat, I misspoke. Not what's happening in the West Wing. What's happening with the former West Wing actor president, Martin Sheen, who's at the White House, apparently. Hold on, let me hydrate myself. Holy shit. This is straight up blasting me in the ears. I don't know what this means. Maybe Martin Sheen is now going to be the president? I don't know. But the former West Wing president being at the White House does feel like very serious news. I mean, Forbes breaking news thought it was breaking news. So, who am I to say that this isn't breaking news? Martin Sheen is standing there, very Martin Sheenly. It's a lot shorter than I thought. Is he getting a free helicopter? What's happening here? So I guess Martin Sheen's getting a free helicopter from the president. Makes sense. Makes sense. He was on TV at one point. Okay, that's enough of the purely political here in the United States. Let's move along. I feel like I'm actually doing better than I thought I would be today. Only an hour in? Kinda killing it. Shit, we do have a lot more stories though. Okay. Get ahead of yourself. Let's go here. This is a wild story, which I think we covered a teeny part of this, if I'm not mistaken, months ago now. Only months later, finally has something apparently been some sort of progress has been made on this. Here's CBS News from 2 days ago. Ex-Kansas police chief charged in newspaper raid. If you don't recall from when we talked about this, and probably a lot of you don't, because I think we talked about this pretty early on in the streaming days, like 5 months ago or something like that. But yeah, a newspaper, a local newspaper, was raided by a police chief, and the reasons for it are pretty ridiculous. Let's get into this.
A former Kansas police chief tied to a raid on a local newspaper last year has been charged with felony obstruction of justice. Gideon Cody led the 2023 raid on the offices of the Marion County Record. The search also included the home of the paper's publisher and owner. According to a complaint filed Monday, Cody is accused of persuading a witness to withhold information from authorities during and after the raid.
Illegal.
Weird. Very weird. But look at this. They got an old lady. They're raiding this old lady's house because she did a journalism? I mean, come on. She's got a walker and a nightie here with her slippers on, and she's clearly not doing any crimes. I mean, it doesn't necessarily preclude you from having committed crimes, but it's just such a ridiculous situation. It just, you know, it's this sort of small town, like, yeah, definitely a Brady violation. It's just, it is completely beyond the scope of what police should clearly be doing, considering this was based entirely on not them doing anything illegal, but it was based upon, as you'll see shortly here, something completely petty. And Nikki Haley would have, well, but he would have had to have foresight to seeing that Joe Biden would in fact step out of the race, and that Kamala Harris would be the nominee, and then, you know what I mean? Like, you would have required a great deal of sort of strategic thinking from Donald Trump, of all people.
According to a complaint filed Monday, Cody is accused of persuading a witness to withhold information from authorities during and after the raid. Sherman Smith joins us now. He's the editor-in-chief of the Kansas Reflector. Sherman also joined us on the stream last year when the raid was first reported. So if you could, Sherman, just describe for us how all of this came to be in the first place.
I'll try to be concise because there's a lot of small town drama that surrounds this situation. We have a situation where police said that journalists at the newspaper, as well as a city councilwoman, had committed identity theft because they had received from a tipster a copy of a local woman's driving record. This woman, Carrie Newell, owned or operated a restaurant and a cafe in town. She was trying to get a liquor license, but the driving record showed that she had been cited for drunken driving and had a suspended license, a suspended driving license. So there were concerns about whether she should have a liquor license.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. It doesn't seem like she was being super responsible with alcohol before. So yeah, that is the reason. Okay? The reason is that the police chief of this small Kansas town knew this potential bar owner, this person who wanted to start a bar, was applying for the necessary permits, the liquor licenses. There were some concerns raised because she was apparently somebody who had violated the law as it relates to alcohol in the past. And so they published it in a paper. And the police chief thought that was mean and
illegal.
So yeah, but now the police chief has been indicted after all this. However, it took months and months for that indictment to ever happen. Hopefully he actually has to pay for these crimes that he's committed. All right, let's go on. Let's talk a little bit about the economy. Not just in the United States, but also Canada, where we're going to start. Here's global news from a day ago. Quote unquote, me session. If the economy's not tanking, why does it feel like it is?
A what now?
Cutting back on daily lattes, big purchases, or lavish nights out.
Now, one thing I would point out to global news just in their title before they even get going here, that question, why, if the economy is not tanking, why does it feel like it is? It's a lot of it, in my personal estimation, has to do with the way that we frame the economy and how it's doing. Usually we're doing it in incredibly sort of capitalistic terms that only suit a certain group of people and leave the rest of people somewhat, behind. A great deal behind in many cases, not just in Canada, also in the United States.
Economist Carrie Freestone says we're in the midst of a so-called me session.
Households are saying they feel stressed. So it's a question that we get asked a lot is why does it feel like we're in a recession when we're not actually?
As a country, Canada has avoided a technical recession. That's 2 consecutive quarters of negative growth, largely thanks to an influx of newcomers. Since mid-2022, immigration has added 2 million new consumers to the Canadian economy, distorting the financial picture.
It's made things seem rosier than they...
Now, see, GDP is always a bad way to determine whether or not people are doing good, right? Nobody directly benefits that's a working class person from GDP going up a 0.5 percentage point or whatever it might be, right? Nobody sees extra money in their pocket from GDP doing good. right? It's just really shareholders that see that benefit, right? And if you don't own a great deal of stock, well, it sucks for you.
Actually are, according to economist Charles St. Arnaud, until you break it down to spending per person.
When we look at consumer spending per capita, we're actually spending about 2.5% to 3% less than we were pre-pandemic, and almost 5% lower than where we should be.
Many residential mortgages recently renewed or are set to renew in coming months at much higher rates, and household debt levels are already elevated.
And if we look at real per capita GDP growth, I can tell you that 6 of the last 7 quarters it's been negative. So definitely feels recessionary.
A recipe for what's known as a kitchen table recession, where household budgets are
Yeah, where all the regular people are having a tough time making ends meet, while Wall Street fat cats dance in champagne fountains. Inflation is a tax on wealth. It's also, I mean, it's also direct tax on people's earnings too, though, right? Like if you're a wage worker, like we've talked about this before, right? Where if you look at the inflation rate and you look at the gains that have been made with wages in the United States specifically, we haven't really talked about the minimum wage in Canada. I don't think at all, to be honest. But you know, if suddenly you're paying twice as much for a sandwich or something like that, and you only, you know, your wages only went up 20%, and you needed a union and all this other stuff to make that happen, right? It's also taxing you, right? That's just a fact. But the fact is you're right about what the certain inflation measures, which are often looked at, especially by the media, are the ones that exclude all of the stuff that you know, that are important to working class people, like the cost of gas or housing or food. They have all these different terms that allow them to manipulate the way these numbers look, and it's you know, it kind of sucks. Sucks for everybody. Champagne fountain sounds like a waste of alcohol and a horrible mess. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But whenever I hear somebody say GDP, I see like what's his name? Leonardo DiCaprio and The Great Gatsby. Like in front of the fountain and all that shit, and that's just the image that comes to mind immediately. Let's go here. Reuters from a day ago. Speaking of inflation, U.S. consumer prices rise only moderately. Annual increase slows. Ooh, how exciting.
U.S. consumer prices rose moderately in July, further strengthening expectations the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates next month. The report from the Labor Department showed the Consumer Price Index climbed 0.2% last month, matching economists' expectations. Housing costs such as rent accounted for nearly 90% of the gain. The annual increase fell to 2.9%, the first time it has come in below 3% since March 2021. The annual rate excluding volatile food and energy prices also dropped to its lowest level since the first half of 2021. This comes one day after a report showed a mild increase in producer prices in July. suggesting that inflation was firmly back on a downward trend. That should allow the U.S. Central Bank to focus more on the labor market amid growing concerns of a sharp slowdown. The odds of a 25 basis point interest rate cut from the Fed in September have now climbed to 57% from 47%.
By the way, I don't know whether they calculate those odds. It's like Vegas. It's like asking Vegas what they think is going to happen. That's essentially what it is. That 57% is them just asking Wall Street traders, hey, what do you think the Fed's going to do? And they're like, oh, they're not going to cut rates. Oh, they are going to cut rates. Okay. So yeah. Always remember that when they say that inflation is coming down, they do not mean that prices themselves have actually come down. They actually mean that the inflation, at least as it was this month, went up once again, not just month on month, but year on year. But the rate at which it increased was slower than it was in previous months and years. So yay for us. I don't think we've seen actual deflation in, I don't know, years. And I think there might have been a couple of months of actual deflation during the early time of the pandemic. But then that immediately reversed. They will cut rates, or they will raise rates, or they will stay the same. All we know is something will or will not happen. And for that, we are thankful. Thank you, Fed overlords. Okay, let's go here. This is an unfortunate story. We've been talking about this problem in one or another way for the last 6 months. Let's just go here. Homeowners find out the hard way that low flood risk does not mean no risk.
What? It's science.
The water in the Sarasota neighborhood was everywhere, and Kelsey Blanton can't understand why.
We're not in a flood zone. We don't have flood insurance. Never thought we needed flood insurance. We're Zone X.
Whether you're in Sarasota or Palm Beach County or anywhere for that matter, the FEMA maps we studied all show Zone X is considered a low-risk area.
In fact, my insurance agent double-checked for me. We are still in Flood Zone X. We are not in a flood zone. There is no requirement for flood insurance.
Their situation.
Oh boy, she seems very upset right now.
The problem here, the county needs to step up and own it and resolve it and get this water out of here.
It illustrates a dilemma we believe all homeowners need to hear to properly safeguard your property. Looking for answers, I recently pressed a top guy at FEMA about flood insurance and those maps. So controversial, Palm Beach County tried to challenge them.
I definitely want people to be aware of their risk.
FEMA's Tony Haight tells me the risk is really everywhere, including that Sarasota neighborhood, pounded with 13 inches of rain, which is why everyone needs flood insurance.
1/3.
Well, damn. It is unfortunate for those people who did not have flood insurance. I mean, fact is, it costs more. It costs more to get flood insurance, and if you're in a low-risk area, it seems like a lot of money to spend on such a thing. And then, well, you wake up one day and your house is surrounded by water. In fact, your house is in water, and so is all your stuff. Especially with the way the climate is going. Honestly, that could have been in the climate portion. I considered putting it in there. But, we also have some other stuff to talk about. Houses and whatnot. So, Figured I'd leave it here. Let's go to this now from Cron 4 from 2 days ago. California bill aims to speed up tiny homes amid homelessness and housing crisis. Wait a second. Didn't I say earlier in the week? I don't think it was more than a week ago where I was saying California needs to spend those billions of dollars that it's spending on homelessness, not trying to force homeless people into shelters and rather just make homes and tiny homes, specifically things like, I don't know, shipping container homes, things like that could be pretty easily attained and made for, well within the budgets that exist currently. Well, here is one attempt at that.
Our top story this half hour, as the state grapples with a housing and homeless crisis, a new bill in the legislature is seeking to fast-track the production of tiny, temporary homes.
Our Capitol correspondent Eitan Wallace spoke with the bill's author and has the story.
This right here, it changed my life.
Elenaya Wiley is talking about this structure, an interim housing unit often referred to as a tiny home.
This is nice, right?
I wonder how much this thing costs. I'll bet it's like $5 grand. It's tiny. It is really tiny, but I bet it's less. I bet it's like $5,000 to make. And that's half. That's more than half of what we estimated homes like this to cost, right? And maybe I'm undershooting it. But some of the stuff we were looking at was definitely bigger than this too, which makes me think that, man, with $1 billion to spend in places like LA on homelessness, they could easily afford enough of these things to fit all of the homeless in, quite literally, and still have $500 million left to
Structure,
spend.
an interim housing unit often referred to as a tiny home.
This is nice right here.
Formerly unhoused, Wiley says with the help of Sacramento area nonprofit First Step Communities, she got off the streets and into a tiny home, just like this one.
Just walk with me and take a look at what one of these interim housing units looks like. First and foremost, you can see a bed, then there's an office space, not to mention AC, heating, and Wi-Fi, and most importantly, a roof.
That led me on my way to permanent housing and a job. Now I have stable job, stable mental health, permanent housing. And the tiny homes was the way to get there.
It's a story that inspired State Senator Josh Becker, so much so that he authored SB 1395, also known as the Interim Housing Act. Becker says if signed into law, the bill will speed up construction of tiny homes across California. That's because, per the proposal, if and when state and local governments contract to build more tiny homes, they'll be exempt from the California...
Oh yeah, these things cannot cost much at all. I think 5,000 is a reasonable estimate on these things. Even with labor... Jesus. See, here, these Bay Area, giving it a real shot.
When state and local governments contract to build more tiny homes, they'll be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, a decades-old law credited with protecting the environment, but blamed for delaying or even outright blocking construction of big projects like new housing.
The more quickly we deploy these, the more lives we'll save.
He acknowledged.
Nice. Love that. Love that. Because we've talked about zoning as being one of the major sort of barriers to all of this. So circumventing it like that is brilliant.
These tiny homes are not a permanent solution, but he believes they can play a huge role in getting help to those who need it most.
It's shelter. It's getting people off the streets. People are dying in large numbers of our streets, being assaulted in large numbers of the streets. They're getting actually addicted to drugs on the streets. And the key is to get them off the streets quickly.
As it stands today, there are more than 2.
Okay, great. There's an actual... We never get good stories on this channel, I swear to God. That was actually positive, constructive stuff happening. Yay! No, it does not appear to have running water. Just, what did they say? AC, electricity, and Wi-Fi. My guess is they're putting them next to buildings, with public water stuff in them. That would be my guess. Or building them next to it. You know, couldn't be too hard to build a facility with a couple of showers, a couple of bathrooms, right? I mean, harder than building one of those, but but yeah, no, unfortunately it does not appear to have that or a kitchen inside of it. It's clearly a very bare bones sort of solution. But it's certainly better than having people on the street, having people being criminalized for not having housing, right? Not having any area to call them their own, that's safe. That's all, you know, there's a bunch of stuff happening there that I can certainly appreciate over the current alternative with things like, like Gavin Newsom coming down personally to rip people's tents down. I'll definitely take it over that. Are they all woke with non-gendered bathrooms? Good question. Good question. Couldn't say. I couldn't say. This is all much of what I just said was speculation. All I know is what you know. We just watched it together. I mean, I watched it before, but they did not clear up what people were doing as it relates to that. Whoa, Sasha G you changed your profile pic. That's throwing me off. That's throwing me off. I can't handle the change. Can't handle it. Too much, man. Speaking of housing, let's rewatch this. This is only a minute long, so I think those of you who've already seen this can handle getting through this 1 minute. Your other account isn't working. Oh, phew. Phew. I was like, what in the fuck? Oh, God. Alternate account, that's fine. I can live with that.
You mentioned the lack of affordable housing and how we need to invest in affordable housing.
Yep.
And you very briefly mentioned the fact that Wall Street is buying up affordable housing. What can be done to not just limit the rents that they charge, but they're going into particularly minority neighborhoods and buying up 100% of available stock?
These private investment companies, I mean, again, one of the untold stories of today is it's not just that they're going into the housing industry. It's not just they're going into minority neighborhoods. They're going all over the place. They're going into healthcare. They're buying private practices and primary care. They are going into childcare. They are going into almost every section of our economy. And when I talk to you about 3 investment firms controlling $20 trillion in assets, that's what I'm talking about. Bottom line is we got to bust up this kind of concentration of power that exists in Wall Street right now.
Okay, one last video talking about economics and housing specifically. I gotta go back because I just realized this video is not in the right spot. Yeah, here, let's go to this to talk about what she was just referring to. Let's go to this. It's from CBS News. Discussing recent inflation numbers.
New data shows year-over-year
Whoops.
inflation was below 3% last month for the first time since 2021. The Consumer Price Index rose 0.2%.
Actually, I wanted to go to one spot in particular. Where is it? Might be a bit further down. There it is.
That maintaining and owning a home, the cost of that continues to be very high when it comes to insurance.
So this is housing costs, right? It's mortgages, it's rents, all combined, averaged out. Over the last year, since July of 2023, housing cost has gone up 5.1%. And I think the reason why I wanted us to look specifically at this, because, I mean, the whole framing of this thing is that prices are still too much for people right now, right? People are still struggling to make ends meet, right? Housing is still unaffordable. People are still struggling to be able to get housing or stay in their housing that they have. And we talked about how Biden did an executive order freezing rent increases to 5%. The fact is rents only increased 5% over the last year, right? And what we need is actual rents to be going down. And if landlords are unwilling to lower them, we need governmental assistance, right? Having it go up 5% every year, right, means that in less than approximately like a dozen years, right, a little bit more, your rent will increase by 100%, right? Because every time it increases, it's increasing 5% from what it was previously, right? So the number gets bigger and bigger. And so it does not take 20 years for your rent to go up 100%. It only takes like 12 or 13 years, which is why, and I know it's radical, but which is why I believe we need negative rent cap, negative rent caps put in place to force change in this very sort of vulture-esque industry that's taking, essentially advantage of people, doesn't care about the human cost of people being unhoused or anything else, right? Because we've already gone too far, is my point. Even with the increases in minimum wage in many states and places, things have not gotten much better for people. We have 40 likes. 40 likes, okay. Or hear you out, no rent. That's even more radical. That's even more radical. Okay. Let's go here. Let's talk about business stuff that's been happening. Good old business. Let's start with Google, which we've actually talked about in the recent past, but they show with the plays close to my heart, and I think to many other viewers here,
home style cooking.
Had on a guy to talk about some of this. So let's get into this. Let's talk about Google's monopoly case, which just came down as guilty.
Illegal.
Sam Cedar on the Majority Report. Emma Vigeland out today. Joining me now, David Dayen, the executive editor of the American Prospect. David, welcome back to the program.
Thank you for having me on the program.
All right, let's start with this Google monopoly case, because it will help us lead into this conversation about Kamala Harris, the prospects of her sort of like adopting essentially the Biden administration anti-corporate stance, and whether Tim Walz is any indication as to what of what the likelihood of that is. But this Google thing is a big deal, isn't it?
Yeah, it was the first real major monopolization case in 25 years. And it turned out, at least at the preliminary level, the same way that the last one did.
All thanks to Lena Khan. Write that down.
With Google being found guilty of being a monopoly that is using its market power in anti-competitive ways. It's many ways similar to the verdict in the Microsoft trial in the late 1990s. In fact, the judge used the Microsoft trial as precedent on many occasions throughout the very long, it's like 286-page verdict in the Google case. So these two were pretty analogous. Microsoft was accused of bundling its browser to muscle out competition from Netscape. Google is accused not just of bundling its search engine within its own browser, Chrome, but also of paying other companies to make its browser the default in Apple products, in Mozilla's Firefox browser, and in a bunch of other devices, including Android devices, which are part of the Google empire as well. So they're very similar cases,
it's like
and
a rusted,
at least at the
Russian
district court
nesting
level,
doll
they've reached similar
Google
conclusions.
Googleification.
Let's talk about, I mean, sort of some of the evidence of, or I should say, what is the standard? Like, I mean, what, like, they have essentially become, they're the, what, like 70% of all devices that exist, more.
Google's market share is
well
at
over
89.2% of all searches. And on mobile, it's more like 95% of all searches are done through Google. This particular way in which they have cemented their monopoly through buying access to the default browser or the default search engine on browsers and devices is responsible for about 50% of all searches, and another 20% is because they own Chrome and they just bundle their search engine within Chrome.
Yeah. Yeah, they seem to bundle stuff. They love bundling. They just want to make things easy for you. You were going to download it anyways. You were going to use their products, and they're just trying to get it to you faster. That's all. It's got nothing to do with your inherent psychology of having to go through the process of thinking about these sorts of things. Got nothing to do with that. Just strike that from your mind. Please. Sincerely, Google. Hold on. Can't watch this whole thing.
On billions of dollars to secure is a tough argument to make.
Yeah, it was impossible to really square that circle. And you know, at one point, Judge Mehta in the verdict says, you know, he knew that Google was kind of dissembling on the stand around this. And he says in a footnote, he says, I'm going to take your internal documents as more important for this case than what you said on the stand. Basically, a veiled way of saying you were lying on the stand, saying that, look, this is what you said when you thought nobody was listening. And what you said was that defaults are really, really important, and we will pay as much as possible to keep other competing search engines out of that business.
I mean, if that judge was a little bit more ornery, or maybe just even like, I mean, frankly, it's hard to imagine a judge extending this type of charitable interpretations to other defendants in other contexts. That he's basically saying you lied on the stand, and yeah. B, you also got rid of a lot of evidence. You destroyed it, and he basically said you're still found guilty, so I'm not going to hold the hiding of evidence against you, which is, that's a pretty...
I'm pretty sure it's also a separate crime, not going to lie.
Illegal.
It's actually definitely a separate crime, which other people have gone to jail even longer for. I'm staying in the race. Okay, let's talk about a different thing in the world of business, but it seemingly has a very familiar tone. I'm not sure why. Maybe somebody in chat could help me with this. This is from Reuters from a day ago. Mars acquires snack maker Kellanova in $36 billion deal.
Follow the rich white man.
Two of the largest candy and snack brands are now teaming up, as family-owned candy giant Mars announced on Wednesday that it is buying Cheez-It maker Kellanova for nearly $36 billion. The acquisition puts well-known snack foods from M&M's and Snickers to Pringles and Pop-Tarts under the same roof, in one of the biggest deals in the industry. The news comes as the U.S. packaged food sector is seeing robust deal-making.
Like 10 minutes ago, we got done hearing Bernie saying how we need to be going on Wall Street and breaking up all these people. Meanwhile, back on Wall Street, $36 billion merger between two of the biggest snack manufacturers, not just in the United States, but I'm pretty sure the world.
Seek scale to weather the impact of consumers shifting to cheaper private label brands. In an interview with Reuters, Mars CEO Paul Wyrock said the combined company would hold prices steady amid still inflationary time.
Oh, God.
I don't want reality.
Oh, that's funny. Horrible news for the barely edible food market. Well played. Well played, Sassy. That gets, It's true. Many of these snacks mentioned are not the most nutritious things to put in your mouth, into your body, but it's also going to be bad for people. Whenever these things happen, prices magically get higher for all of these products. I don't know why or how that happens. Maybe it's because they know specifically where they all are on shelves, and they're right next to each other. So now if we just raise prices on all of our stuff, that means everybody, they don't have a choice. Okay, here's another questionable business story. We got a few of them today. We are not done. Very busy week in business. Here's ABC 13 Houston from 10 hours ago. Texas Attorney General sues General Motors alleging illegal selling of driver data. Oh, weird. Weird.
Illegal.
This morning, there is a new legal battle over your privacy when you're inside your own car.
The state of Texas is suing a car manufacturer for allegedly unlawfully collecting data.
ABC 13's Brittany Wilmore is live in the newsroom to break this down for us. Boy, Brittany, this is an interesting story.
It is. It's very interesting, so definitely pay attention, especially since we are such a car city here in Houston. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton announced on X his office is suing General Motors, alleging the company unlawfully collected and sold over 1.5 million Texans' private driving data to insurance companies without those drivers' knowledge or consent. The lawsuit claims the company misled customers into sharing data about their driving habits by enrolling them in technology-enabled safety programs.
Okay. So this is the first thing I think that Ken Paxton's ever done that I've thought was actually good. It's one of those broken clock type of deals, I feel like, you know, at some point, if you're governor long enough, wait, no, Senator Ken Paxton? Fuck, hold on. No, Attorney General of Texas. Attorney General. He is a generally pretty despicable person, but he somehow has fallen into doing something right here. for the first time in his entire term as Attorney General in Texas. But let's go through this real quick. According to this, Ken Paxton is alleging that General Motors collected drivers' data because, of course, all of your cars now have computers in them tracking all sorts of little bits of data on what you're doing. Is the pedal down? What's the speed? Braking? All of these things. Are you listening to music? You know, all these things can be tracked now by the central computer in the car. And GM saw a money-making opportunity, and they thought, geez, we've got all this data here. Maybe we can do something with that. Maybe we can make some money. So they sold it to data brokers, sold it to insurance companies who use that data to maybe tweak your insurance policy a little bit. And so, yeah, could have had some serious implications on people's lives. Who's to say? Seems like a massive violation of people's trust. You're in your car. You think you're having a private, you know, moment driving to work or whatever. But no, Progressive and Geico are watching, courtesy of General Motors. So helpful. So helpful, that General Motors. They're just trying to help insurance companies and things make better decisions, that's all. Okay, might skip one of these business stories here today. We're definitely going to do this. Now, we actually recently talked about Disney for whatever reason. Oh, right. It was because they were complaining to stockholders or admitting to stockholders that they were going to have lower theme park revenues than expected. Let's go to that story. This is from a few days ago. Actually, this is from like a week ago now.
Disney shares fell as much as 4% in Wednesday trading after it predicted business would slow at its key theme park division. A company executive said the issue would persist for a few quarters, but he wouldn't call it a protracted problem.
You wouldn't want to call it a protracted problem. It's just a lingering problem. It's a present, current problem. Potentially future problem. Not protracted. Just a thing that's happening. No worries. Disney's got a fix for that. Here's ABC News from 3 days ago. Disney theme parks to get major upgrade.
Finally tonight, Disney's theme parks are about to get a major upgrade. ABC's Rebecca Jarvis has more from D23.
D23, what's good?
The ultimate Disney fan extravaganza, continuing to dazzle with show-stopping musical.
What is this? D23. So I'm pretty sure this is their annual Disney conference where they get together all of their closest friends, cult members, together and just have a real hell of a time.
Disney fan extravaganza, continuing to dazzle with show-stopping musical numbers.
It's like the Apple conference if it had the soundtrack that your daughter was always hoping for.
Revealing dozens of bold new Disney experiences to the audience of 12,000 in a lavish showcase in Anaheim, California.
Our Imagineers dream, they create design, and then they build these stories into
fantastic real places.
Those Imagineers reimagining the Disney parks worldwide with a new Spider-Man coaster in Shanghai.
So we're going to have to follow Spidey at very high speeds to get us out of trouble.
A newly conceptualized Avengers campus in
Interesting. Disney's solution to not making enough money? Spend more money. Maybe that'll do it. Maybe that'll get consumers to spend a shit ton of money to come watch a bunch of underpaid acting students sweating their balls off in themed costumes, living in poverty to give you a more magical experience. That's the solution. We just need better themes. We just need better parks. Okay, now let's go to a different story, which is even more troubling, perhaps, than Disney's treatment of... Not equally as troubling as Disney's treatment of its workers. I amend that statement before I finish it. And, speaking of Disney park revenues, I do feel like this next story is going to have something of a impact. And if you happen to be a Disney Plus member, well, you might not want to go to a park either. Here is CBS New York from a day ago. Disney attorneys tried to get wrongful death lawsuit dismissed. I wonder how they're trying to do that. Should be interesting.
Walt Disney Parks and Resorts trying to dismiss a man's wrongful death lawsuit, all because he signed up for Disney Plus streaming years earlier. According to the lawsuit, Jeffrey Piccolo's wife died from a severe allergic reaction after dining at Disney World in Florida. And court documents show that Disney is trying to get the lawsuit dismissed because Piccolo signed up for a one-month trial of the company's streaming service in 2019. The terms...
So 5 years ago, this man, probably at the behest of maybe one of his children, maybe not, perhaps his wife, signed up for a one-month trial of Disney Plus. Him and his wife then were at one of the Disney parks. She had an allergic reaction to the food, which they were, I would point out, told profusely by staff did not contain any allergens in. She then died at the park, right there, in the restaurant. And Disney's trying to claim that they can't be sued by this man because he once signed up for that free trial membership. Who knew those free trial memberships, terms of services were so important? One more on this. Let's go here.
The parents of Dr. Kanakporn Tangswan, who went by Amy, are still grieving the loss of their only daughter. She died in October of last year after dining at a Disney Springs restaurant. How would you describe your daughter? What do you want to say about her? You know,
she very good daughter. Very grateful.
Okay.
Yeah.
She very beautiful.
Be proud of her.
Yeah.
Okay.
She worked at NYU right here.
Tang Swan, 42 years old, had a severe nut and dairy allergy. According to a lawsuit filed by her husband, Jeffrey Piccolo, they asked the waiter several times if the food was allergen-free.
They said the waiter over there, they confirmed that. No dairy, no nut.
In the lawsuit against Great Irish Pubs Florida and Walt Disney Parks and Resorts, the plaintiff alleges the waiter guaranteed the food being delivered was allergen-free. About 45 minutes later, Tang Swan began having severe difficulty breathing and collapsed to the floor. The medical examiner saying the cause of death was a result of anaphylaxis due to elevated levels of dairy and nut in her system. Tang Swan did self-administer an EpiPen, but it did not save her.
The EpiPen is great, but it really just saves your life and buys you time to get to an emergency department. It's not intended to be the only treatment for the allergic reaction.
Tang Swan was a doctor at NYU Langone, beloved by her patients. NYU saying in a statement, "We are saddened by her passing and our deepest condolences are with her family."
The woman was a doctor. She clearly did everything she could to avoid ingesting nuts or dairy. She asked Disney. They said, "No, you're good. Get in there. Eat that food." She died, and now they're trying to claim that a goddamn Disney Plus trial membership. Now, there's no way, in my opinion, that this gets held up. But if it does, well, honestly, in my mind, this is the final straw. It's gone too far. It's gone too far to take down the whole system after that. No more Mandalorian for you folks. I'm sorry. How far are we? Okay, yeah, it's time. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. Really helps out. Not just the liking, but the subscribing, as we still need to get to 500 goddamn subscribers before this YouTube channel is monetized. 10,000 watch hours. Still, no. That's my life. Okay. Now, if you'd like to help support me while I am unmonetized here on YouTube, you have two options. You can go on Twitch, where Twitch will take an utterly massive cut of those donations and subs and all that, or you get some galactic benefits by going on to Patreon, where 95% of those proceeds go directly to me and making sure the Galactic News Network continues to be a thing in this galaxy. Alright, chat, enjoy this space break. I'll be right back. By the way, I want to mention this to any new Galactic patrons out there. If you don't respond to the messages on Patreon, I cannot add you to the Galactic shoutout at the end of the show, among other things. You can't get any of those super sweet space benefits without responding to that Patreon message from me. Okay. It is about that time, so get back to your seats, chat. That's right, the environmental half of the show is about to commence. Whoopsies. Okay. This is the best. It's the best video ever to start an environmental half with. Hold on, I gotta get this lined up. You periodically check to see if anyone's made canned pizza yet. I don't even know what that means. Canned pizza?
A what now?
Okay, where does he start saying the most nonsensical things? Well, that's hard to say. I think I want to say around here. God damn it. Why don't I just write these things down? Why do I insist on trying to remember? 70 videos worth of stuff. Who's to say? I have no idea. Okay, let's go here. To Congress. The Senate Budget Committee holding a hearing on the future of electric vehicles. We got Lindsey Graham here. He's got some ideas about electric vehicles. Let's see what those are.
For having this. The demand seems to be real apart from the mandate. So what happens to the Highway Trust Fund? $5 billion in lost revenue. If the numbers...
Wait, Lindsey Graham wants the Highway Trust Fund? I thought he hated the gas tax. What's happening?
Projected come true in the United States. So as Senator Grassley indicated, if you're driving an electric vehicle, we've got to find some way for you to pay into maintaining the roads. I don't know what the right answer is, but we better come up with it pretty quick. You know, we aim and shoot first and aim later is sort of what we're doing here. We're setting a goal to have 50% of all the cars in America become electric, but we haven't really thought through how you improve the grid to get there. Where does the revenue come from that will be lost?
By the way, this is real time Lindsey Graham trying to come up with things. He has not thought too much about this. And so he's really kind of spitballing here. He doesn't get science, really.
And China, to my colleagues, we're in competition with China in many areas. They dominate this market. Do we really want to replace dependence on Mideast oil and gas with China dominance of the supply chain in electric vehicles? The processing facilities to make a...
Well, there's a solution to that, Lindsay, and it's to get all vehicle manufacturers in the United States to produce cheaper vehicles. You know, maybe take less profits.
Battery really don't exist here. How do you create them? And as Senator Grassley indicated, where do the resources necessary to make a battery come from? If we could make a battery out of corn, that'd be good.
Okay. So there's Lindsey Graham. Those are his best ideas. That's his best ideas right there. Maybe if we could make batteries out of corn. Corn ion batteries, exactly. Yeah, just make corn batteries. Thank you, Lindsay, for your very helpful words on this subject. What would we do without you? To tell us that China is doing better at manufacturing EVs than America, that the demand is in fact real, and it's not just the EV mandate. It's a real thing.
It's science.
Now, if only we could make batteries out of corn. Okay. You know, you can't solve, like, you know, the only thing he knows about cars, I think, is that we make ethanol out of corn. And he's like, well, maybe if we can make batteries out of corn, it would fix it. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just a man named Lindsay from a southern state. That was not tough for me as a child. No. Okay, now let's talk about a different problem. Not EVs, not corn, but something else. Let's go to Climate Town from a day ago. Who is taking America's water? Let's find out.
Hey, I'm here in Los Angeles, California. It's a city full of people who are way hotter than me, but they're almost all dead inside.
So hot
It's
right
in the
now.
eyes. There's just nothing in there. Not unlike the LA River. It's a bona fide movie star, but it's polluted to the core from decades of chemical spills, pesticide-infused runoff, and the burned out rubber from 95 takes of this scene from Grease. But if you're not from Los Angeles, you might find yourself thinking, that doesn't look like a river at all. This is a river, this is a river,
Yep,
river, dog,
check.
river. But out here in the
All that,
American
all
West,
that.
a historic drought has made it very hard for these lifeless hotties to remember that this is almost no water at all. And it's not just Californians. The more than 40 million people in the American West served by the famously overused Colorado River are being
That's a
asked
lot.
to conserve this water by any means necessary.
Historic water cuts to multiple states.
Shutting off the water while you're brushing your teeth, taking shorter showers.
Cut back on their water use.
Peeing in the shower? That's gonna save you a couple of flushes and save you a couple of gallons.
Get a weapon and fire it into your lawn!
Don't be creepy.
Peeing in the shower, that'll help out. That'll cut things down by a minute amount of water.
But no matter how much water they conserve, there's not enough to go around. So where is all the water going? Well, if you look at the 1.9 trillion gallons of Colorado River water consumed by people every year, a very unfortunate trend occurs. According to a study from 2020, all the water people use for drinking, swimming pools, watering their lawns, slip and slides, and any other private consumption accounts for just 12% of the water use. Golf courses, office parks, and all other businesses are just 4% of water use. And weighing in at 79% of all the water we use is agriculture, which is crops. And that might make sense if it was crops for people. But the vast majority of water we use in the American West goes to grow food that people do not eat.
That's right. Ugh, terrible. Just terrible. Now we've talked about this a little bit in the past, but Climate Town, he does his videos so good. He does them so good that we just gotta watch this. At least parts of it. Huh, good for Gabby. Good to see you, and thank you for the rockets. 42 likes. Did I or did I not give you your 4th support character? Oh my god, I don't think I did. I just realized I've made a grave error.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
And for that I am sorry. I rolled the dice, and then I did not give you your last support character. I think that's what happened.
Understand why we're so hell-bent on growing animal food in America's deserts, we gotta go back to the thrilling conclusion of the Civil War. The US had just been hot glued back together, and people were free to enjoy their beloved pastimes of making horses run fast, honky baseball, and uprooting the entire family and building a new life somewhere else. But where to go? Well, what about this part? I mean, why the hell does nobody live there? Besides the people who already live there, but I'm sure they'll move.
Yeah.
So the US hired...
And by the people that already live there, I'm pretty sure he means the Native Americans. Hold on. I have to give you another support character. Please hold. Actually, don't hold, because my stream software is lagging now.
Guy named John Wesley Powell to do a geological survey, and they crossed their fingers hoping Powell would come back saying there's a ton of water everywhere and everything's ready to pump and grow. Powell spent 2 decades studying the Colorado River and the West overall, and then came back to Congress in 1890 with this fucking ripper of a map. Truly, look at this now. Beautiful colors, incredible detail.
Wow. That is quite the map.
And the breakdown of the watersheds. Imagine trying to make this map without computers or satellites or colored pencils. it would be pert near impossible. Unfortunately, Powell found that there was just not enough water to settle the West. And if you wanted to get even a few people out there, it would make more sense to create federal dams to stabilize water access and to define your political boundaries by water flow regions instead of by arbitrary state lines. You know, because water is such a critical foundation for life and all.
What?
The indigenous people who already lived there knew that.
I have never heard of this. Water? Anybody else? Have you heard of this? Important for life? Not making sense.
It had extremely effective water conservation techniques dating back to 10,000 BC, including sometimes being nomadic because water comes and goes in the West and you need to be able to follow it. Unfortunately, that wasn't really gonna fly with the settlers, who preferred to get hundreds of acres of their own private land that no one else can touch, and you can't tell me there's not unlimited water for my free land! And as you can probably imagine, the US government didn't listen to a single one of Powell's warnings and just waved settlers west like a third base coach in an exciting game of honky baseball. Too soon for a callback. I just said honky baseball. You know what, cut this part. And if you're watching this and you're thinking, well, obviously this John Wesley Powell guy didn't know what the f he was talking about, because I've got a cousin in Arizona and they have a swimming pool in their backyard.
Good point.
That's a reasonable thing to think. But first, consider the phrase credit card debt, and let's keep going. Among the places settlers flocked to was just the straight up desert, including the bone-dry Imperial Valley, California, which gets just 3 inches of rain on average per year and has more sun in the winter than any other place in the US. It's also in the movies.
Ah! That's what you get! Welcome to Earth.
Up until 1901, the Imperial Valley was a barren, uninhabited place. Because fucking...
Yeah. No kidding. Oh, shit. There we go. Stream software always being a real thorn in my side. Let's go here.
Be grown year-round alongside potentially higher value seasonal crops. Got a couple extra acres and a bunch of water to use? Blast 'em, Jackson! Alfalfa can also withstand short periods of no irrigation, then pop right back. So you could drop the water demand in the summer, then bring back the same stand of alfalfa into production when there's more water available. It's honestly a pretty good crop.
Hold on. Sorry. I screwed you, chat. That's my fault. It's my bad.
A couple extra acres and a bunch of water to use? Blast 'em, Jackson! Alfalfa can also withstand short periods of no irrigation, then pop right back. So you could drop the water demand in the summer, then bring back the same stand of alfalfa into production when there's more water available. It's honestly a pretty good crop. It just requires a fucking ton of water. And not to ride his coattails too hard or anything, but my main man John Oliver did a whole Last Week Tonight about water a couple of years ago and found this excellent clip from an Arizona alfalfa farmer interview. Roll the clip of them rolling the clip.
Just listen to this farmer in Arizona explaining why he chose to grow a particularly water-intensive crop.
Well, I just been farming it, this alfalfa. You got to keep farming it to keep the water, and that's why I was mainly doing it, was to hang on to the water.
In the Imperial Valley alone, alfalfa fever has led to the...
That sounds incredibly problematic and farcical. I don't even want to grow it, but I grow it because I need to keep the water.
Projected use of 2.6 million acre-feet of water from the Colorado River this year. And according to reporting from ProPublica and the Desert Sun, most of that water apparently goes to just 20 families in the valley, who have such senior water rights that they aren't subject to the same constraints as nearby cities. ProPublica and the Desert Sun even made some excellent graphics about it, and here they are right now.
Oh my God.
That's just one.
That is disturbing. That is a disturbing graphic. Imperial Irrigation District. The rest of California. Oh my God.
section of the Colorado River. If you look at the upper part of the river, that includes Colorado, New Mexico, Utah, and the one with the horse show everybody's parents are obsessed with.
That land isn't mine.
You see that fence?
That's mine. That fence is mine. This field's mine.
That fucking fence down there, that's mine too.
Spinning some bitch.
What's his deal with the fences? I don't understand. Why is he such a big... It's like a libertarian then, isn't it? Fence. That fence means it's mine.
And in that region, 90% of agricultural water is turned into cattle feed. I'm sweating into my own eyeballs. Yes, we do feed some cows for fun, sure, but the vast majority are fed so they can either blast out milk or be mysteriously killed and turned into beef.
I don't recall anybody ever saying, let's feed some cows for fun. But it's first time for everything. So yeah, it's disturbing just how much water is being used to feed cows, not just the cows in the United States, but a lot of this alfalfa is actually owned by, and or sold to other countries. And so it doesn't even go to feeding American cows.
Illegal.
Saudi Arabia is one of the big water rights holders in that area. This is true. This is true, Sasha G. All right, let's go here. Seems like the wildlife. I'm thinking about moving into the suburbs. Let's go here. ABC 7 News, Bay Area from a day ago.
The mountain lions were spotted around 2 miles up trail from where I'm standing here at the Pleasanton Ridge Regional Park. I spoke with several people who were in that area Tuesday evening. This video was shot by a man who had gone running on the trail on Monday morning. He tells me he recorded this around 6:15 a.m. He says he didn't hear the mountain lions, he just suddenly saw them. I asked him if he felt threatened. I mean, we're not just talking about 1 or 2 mountain lions, but 4 of them. He told me he did not feel threatened since they were 500 or so feet away. They didn't stop at all either. He said
Yeah, but if 4 mountain lions get even a little close to you, oh boy. That's not a good situation.
Here that there were 3 juvenile lions and an older one. His thought was that that was their mother. We showed this mountain lion video to hikers, some of whom have seen mountain lions before, but not a group or family of them.
If I had been the one taking that video, I definitely would have been like, okay, that's a little scary there. I think it was kind of trippy because we just hiked that trail, and so kind of seeing where we had just been and then seeing the lions, that was kind of cool.
Well, I just think it's awesome that there's, this kind of wildlife thriving in the Bay Area. They're usually not dangerous.
Yeah, they lived there before you did, pal. Just gonna point that out. Somehow you all just got a free support character. I misclicked on a Che Guevara, and now you have 6 support characters. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Okay, let's go south to Texas. As it is hurricane season, they have been getting pummeled by all sorts of bad weather over the last, couple of months. But it's just starting to be near peak hurricane season. Here's ABC 13 Houston from 10 hours ago asking the question, is Southeast Texas ready for another mass evacuation? Let's find out.
We are used to riding out hurricanes, but is Southeast Texas ready for another mass evacuation?
It's a valid question. Well, the last time this happened was nearly 20 years ago when Hurricane Rita threatened the coast and nearly 2 million people packed the roads, triggering that massive traffic jam that turned deadly.
Yeah, well, new at 10, ABC 13's Elisa Rivas is here with a closer look at what's changed since then. Elisa.
We experienced the winds of Hurricane Beryl, but what if a storm is forecast for heavy tidal surge? Knowing what you need to do is part of staying ready.
On a sunny day in Galveston, no one is thinking about evacuating for the next storm.
I've lived here my whole life. I'm fifth generation.
For Carrie O'Malley, leaving during a storm is rare.
The first time we ever decided to evacuate was Rita, and that was because after Katrina had just hit and there was so much devastation, we were worried.
The gridlock is bad. I want to give you a look at what's going on out here. Not only is it bumper to bumper, people are essentially sitting in their cars as if they were sitting in a parking lot.
The evacuation before Hurricane Rita in September 2005 was one of the largest in U.S. history. More than 100 people died as an estimated 2.5 million people left home.
We got on the freeway at 8:30 and it's 6 o'clock.
It's a story O'Malley knows well.
Damn. 10 hours on the road to go what I think is like a 45-minute drive.
17 hours later, we finally made it to Austin, and it was scary.
What happened during Rita and
Harris County Emergency Management Coordinator Mark Sloan remembers watching the evacuation unfold.
what was the most alarming is to be able to see the traffic cameras and the number of people on the roads. There has been numerous lessons learned from the evacuation of Hurricane Rita.
The lessons learned led to this color-coded evacuation map with 4 zones: coastal, zone A, B, and C.
Yeah, hopefully that helps solve things. I'm sure it'll help somewhat. Although there's always going to be people who hear we need to get out of here and just go regardless of zone. Hopefully that helps in the next bad storm that hits the Houston area there. Wouldn't be shocked to see another one make its way before this hurricane season is done. Before we talk more about hurricanes, let's talk about a couple of other things, particularly in New York City. Here's CBS New York from 3 days ago. Makeshift koi pond in Brooklyn sparks debate.
Is it a work of art or is it an animal safety issue? A makeshift koi pond in Brooklyn is getting a lot of attention. Zinnia Maldonado has a story from Bed-Stuy.
It sounds almost like a waterfall, but along Hancock Street in Bed-Stuy, that's not what you'll find.
It's like a historic landmark at this point, I think, you know. You go see the Statue of Liberty and then you come to Bed-Stuy to see the fish.
Instead, a makeshift koi pond, courtesy of a group of Brooklyn residents, including Floyd Washington, who says they put the pond together last week. The water coming out of this fire hydrant.
Here for tranquility and peace and to bring.
Not gonna lie, it's more of a puddle and less of a pond, but you know.
People together.
Many passing by in awe.
I love fish, so I was first of all excited to see them.
While others have questions.
I don't know how sustainable it can be for the fish.
And whether you agree with it or not, one thing's for sure, the pond is getting a lot of attention in the neighborhood and online. Countless videos about the Brooklyn Pond are circulating on TikTok.
I thought it was cool. I saw on TikTok, that's where I first saw it, and I saw that there were like fire trucks here and they were trying to shut it down.
The Department of Environmental Protection says crews have shut down the hydrant several times, stating in part, it's imperative that our DEP operations team be allowed to fix the hydrant. There are real safety concerns with damaged or leaking hydrants. We love goldfish also, but we know there is a better home for them than on a sidewalk.
Even the fire department was like, we do like fish. So everybody write that down. It's not about the fish. It's about the safety. Which, I mean, is fair. It is fair. But I just thought it was a hilarious story. I just thought it was so good. I mean, I don't blame people in Brooklyn. It's not the most natureful place. And in a way, it beautifies the neighborhood. Now, let's look at another thing happening in NYC. Tiny South American deer debuts at NYC Zoo. Eyewitness News ABC, 9 hours ago.
To the Queen Zoo are getting their first look at a fawn from one of the world's smallest deer species. Take a look at this southern poodoo fawn, which was born in June, weighing just 2 pounds. When it's fully grown, it's expected to weigh 15 to 20 pounds. The Queen Zoo began a southern poodoo fawn breeding program in 2005, and as of now, it had 8 fawns. The deer are usually found in Chile and Argentina. They're listed as near threatened by the International Union for Conservation of Nature. Pretty cool. Never seen anything that tiny.
Very cool.
That is the cutest, smallest deer on the entire planet. Maybe in the galaxy. As a space lord, I do feel like I can make that call. Incredibly cute. Looks like a tapir. It does look a little bit like a tapir. Or tapir? I think it's pronounced tapir now that I'm saying it out loud. Okay, enough cuteness. Let's go on to some Doom-related stuff, at least for one particular island. Let's talk about Tropical Storm Ernesto, which is now actually a hurricane. So let's talk about Hurricane Ernesto.
Tropical Storm Ernesto is poised to become a hurricane after brushing past Puerto Rico as officials closed schools and opened shelters. The storm could produce between 100 and 152 millimeters of rain over the Leeward and Virgin Islands and more than 250 millimeters of rain in Puerto Rico.
I'm pretty sure 250 millimeters is nearly a foot of rain. It's like 11 plus inches of rain. I'm just going to look it up. That's an insane amount of rain. Because that does not include storm surge from the actual storm. Oh, it's less. It's 10 inches. Sorry, my conversions were off by.
The U.S. National Hurricane Center says storm surge levels could rise as high as 3 feet, bringing large and destructive waves, and the Leeward Islands could also see considerable flash flooding and mudslides. Ernesto marks the 5th named storm so far of the Atlantic hurricane season, which has already proven to be historic, after Hurricane Beryl reached record strength at the beginning of the season in above-average temperatures over the Gulf of Mexico.
Puerto Rico is still under a watch for Tropical Storm Ernesto. We expect a lot of rain to continue affecting our turf in the next few hours. Stay away from the coastal areas. Stay safe at home or wherever you are staying in the case of tourists. And keep an eye on the reports of the National Weather Bureau because, as I said, we're still under a watch for a trough.
Yeah. And that was a reasonable call to make as the storm continued battering Puerto Rico for quite some time and has caused nearly half of the entire island to now be without power. Let's just look at some more of this footage. This is the AP. I already saw this.
Yo espero que mañana avancemos mucho.
I hope we'll make a lot of progress tomorrow. 222 identified 222 structures that were damaged.
Que fueron dañadas, pero
we
no
haven't
hemos
found
encontrado
any
hasta el
catastrophic
momento
situations.
ninguna situación catastrófica desde el punto de
So
vista
far, that
de
will
que
be
nos va a
hard
costar
to repair.
reparar.
I mean, that looks like it's not going to be super fun to repair, but it's a good point. It does appear that most of the buildings in Puerto Rico have been spared any actual catastrophic damage. I mean, there's certainly been some very bad damage. That much is clear. We saw a bunch of pictures of that, but it does appear that most structures are still standing. But let's go to this. Discussing that power situation really quickly.
The island of Puerto Rico now in the dark after Hurricane Ernesto barreled through the area yesterday. The main power provider on the island working through the night to fix the damage done by the hurricane and also check out how badly the power lines are damaged. Ernesto brought 85-mile-per-hour winds and nearly a foot of rain to the island. That flooded several parts of the area. Officials now say that they're not sure when they'll be able to get full power back to all the customers.
God, that is not what Puerto Rico needs. It's another storm like that.
And that's the thing. They've been dealing with it. The power grid already suffered major damage.
Yeah. Years ago. They've been dealing with the aftermath of, what was it? Dahlia? No. I can't remember now. But 700,000 people in Puerto Rico now without power. It's nearly 1 million people. Technically Americans, kind of. I mean, they don't get the same rights that most Americans get, but, you know, it's not a different country. Not really. Good old colonies. I'm sure America will make sure that this all gets taken care of. NBD. Why is my stream software doing this? Do not play.
Don't even play.
Will paper towels help? Perhaps in a very microscopic way. Since we won't let Puerto Rico be independent, why can't they be a state? It would just be inconvenient, I feel like. If anything, it's just this weird holding on to this American past. It's horrifying. It's horrifying. It shouldn't be going on still. It shouldn't be going on at all. But, well, as of now, it's how it is. Maybe one day we'll fix it. I would like to think so. they certainly deserve the choice. And the same rights that Americans have. Alright, let's go across the pond to the people we got colonialism from. The UK. Old Blighty. BBC News from a day ago. Scientists shocked at new Stonehenge discovery.
Now, a new analysis shows that the 6-ton iconic altar stone at the heart of Stonehenge originated from northeastern Scotland rather than southwest Wales. The discovery shows that its construction was a far greater collaborative effort than scientists believe. Here's our science correspondent, Palab Ghosh.
It's one of the most famous prehistoric monuments in the world, and also one of the most mysterious. Why was Stonehenge built in southwest England 5,000 years ago, and what was it used for? What we do know is that the giant outer stones are probably sourced locally from England. The inner blue stones are from Wales, and we now know that the central altar stone is from northeastern Scotland and not from Wales as once thought. The irony is that the discovery was made by a young Welshman. He still remembers being brought to the site as a 1-year-old in 1992.
I remember coming with my dad and being on his shoulders and looking over at the stones. So it's nice to kind of come full circle and make this discovery at somewhere so special to me.
You're a proud Welshman, and you've taken the Welsh status away from the stone. So how do you think it'll go down in Wales?
Yeah, I'm not sure they'll ever talk to me again. It's a loss for Wales, no doubt. But Wales has contributed so many rocks to this monument, I'm sure Scotland can have one.
Well, there we have it. One of the rocks is from Scotland. It's a fact.
It's science.
Now, will he be, punished back in Wales? Perhaps. Perhaps, but I suppose science comes first. You just want to know how they got it there. It's a great question. I don't think anybody has any clear, definitive answers on that, unfortunately. Alright, let's go to Europe. Mount Etna spews hot ash and lava after 4 years of dormancy. Gotta say, we've seen a bunch of these. It still is just beautiful. Each one, it's like a snowflake. Each one's different. Each one is equally sort of mesmerizing in its own way. It's also heating up the planet just a teeny tiny bit, so stop that. Stop that. Alright, now let's go to Greece, as if you hadn't heard about it, a massive wildfire was threatening Athens for the last few days. Let's go here to see some of the aftermath. This is from CNN a day ago.
So difficult to breathe. I mean, everything and anything you touch just turns to black. I'm seeing sort of black particles all over my face and my hands. And you can only imagine what you're actually breathing in and what the residents have been experiencing over the past few days as these wildfires ripped through various parts of the city. It was really quite surprising because of the way the fire moves so rapidly and quickly, is that some trees were were spared, others completely decimated. And it's pretty much the same picture when you walk in the city in various parts of the suburb, where some homes were spared and others was completely destroyed. I mean, take a look at these trees and then you can see a little bit of greenery. What's fascinating is just how it's going to be changing suburbs like this. For people that live here, here's the reality. 100,000 hectares of land has been decimated.
That is humongous. It's like 200,000 acres. More, I think. Wait, it's something like that. Hold on. Why can't I just remember? Yeah, it's 2.5 times. 250,000 acres burned. Such a short time. Holy fuck. And that's practically the size of the park fire in California. Except it's on tiny Greece. Alright, here's the last on this. This is BBC.
Let's turn our attention to Greece now, and today the country is counting the cost of devastating fires outside Athens that claimed one life, forced thousands to flee their homes, and took 3 days to control. Greece's Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, has promised swift support for those affected by the fires. Meanwhile, the country's fire service has warned against complacency as high temperatures and winds risk flare-ups or wildfires. Let's speak now to our correspondent Azadeh Mashiri, who's in one of the affected suburbs in the northeast of Athens. How is the situation there, Azadeh?
Well, I'm here in Patimokalandriou, and as you mentioned, it is in one of the affected suburbs. And as you can see, some of the fire ripped through the area in this neighborhood. And you also mentioned that at least one woman has died from these wildfires. She was actually found, her body was found around the corner in this area. Now, the government is trying to take stock of the damage, and especially to damages to homes as well as businesses like the one behind me. Now, this was a building that sold construction materials. It was also a consultant. It offered services to people in the community, and we spoke to the owner, who said officials have visited and promised that the owner of this business, given the kind of damage you can see here, the rubble, they will receive support, financial support, quickly in order to rebuild. That's exactly what you mentioned in terms of what Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis has promised. He's promised that there will be swift support. And yet, how do you prevent...
That Prime Minister's name is a mouthful. Okay, so yeah, that is gonna wrap up our talk about the Greek wildfires. A few more things to discuss here in the environmental portion of the show. How are we doing on time? We're doing pretty good, actually. Really good. Okay. Actually, when did I even start the environmental half? It was only like an hour ago. Weird. Okay, let's go here to the Associated Press from a day ago. Japan issues its first ever megaquake advisory after magnitude 7.1 earthquake. Now, this actually happened more than a couple of days ago, but
南海トラフ巨大地震が起きる可能性のある想定震源域の中で、大きな地震が発生。
Wait. Didn't realize I was going to have to do translation for this one. Totally forgot. Following the strong quake within the area of potential earthquake along the Nankai Trough, we looked into whether the possibility of a future earthquake has increased. As a result, we concluded that the possibility is higher than normal.
地震の発生する可能性は高くなったという評価をいたしました。
We are all concerned, but don't quite know how to be prepared. Great point. And to still live normally. Also a great point. We live in Itabashi Ward, but rice, toilet rolls, and water were all out of stock wherever we went. Of course, it depends on the area, and how are we supposed to prepare in that sort of situation? Yeah, and also, you know, it's hard to prepare for an earthquake, especially in major metropolitan areas like Tokyo. Kind of just gotta hope that you're in a good earthquake architecture-y building, or I know that's the technical term to say. Architecture-y. But yeah. Sort of, to some degree, left to hoping and praying that that doesn't happen. It's one of those things. It's not climate change related, it's just the environment, the earth. It does what it wants. Especially as it relates to this. Okay, now let's talk more about climate changey stuff. 2 more videos in the environmental half. NBC News from a day ago. Some of you may already be aware of this story. Why is the world's biggest iceberg spinning at sea?
From the deck of the British ship David Attenborough, iceberg A23A is massive, nearly the size of Rhode Island. It broke off Antarctica 40 years ago. So large it's visible from space. But now it's stuck, trapped in a strange vortex of ocean currents, spinning 15 degrees a day with orcas feeding off its edges. Oceanographer Chris Auckland has seen it firsthand.
Eat icebergs?
So this iceberg is absolutely ginormous. It's 5 times the New York City land area and 1,000 feet deep. And so if you're looking at it from the ocean, you're seeing it 100 kilometers into the distance.
While climate change is thinning the Antarctic ice pack, experts don't think it caused this piece to break off. Icebergs have been breaking off Antarctica for 30 million years, normally traveling through an area called Iceberg Alley before entering the largest ocean current in the world, where they start to slowly melt. But A23A has instead gotten trapped in a rotating confluence of water called a Taylor column, doing a full spin every 24 days. It could stay there for years, slowly feeding the ocean with fresh water and nutrients before it fully melts away.
It accounts for about a year's worth of ice volume discharge for Antarctica, so it's sort of one big giant down payment of ice delivered from Antarctica.
Yeah, it's not great. One thing that I have been thinking about with this, maybe as some tiny fraction of optimism I found, that had it not gotten stuck in the place that it is, it would be going north and melting, and adding water right now to the oceans rather than the opposite of that. So, you know, earlier we talked about how there was some kind of a chance that it might have something to do with current shutting down to some degree. I still don't know whether or not that's the case. There does seem to be some explanation here otherwise for that. But the fact that it's not melting, I think we can all just sort of be happy about that. Seems like a positive, if you ask me. Now, to end our discussion of climate, environment-related stuff, let's go here to this TED Talk. Wait, we're not watching this whole goddamn thing.
Enough.
contributed to our cause of climate change. 2023, up to 12,000 deaths, $200 billion of cost, just in the US, up to $100 billion. This is seriously causing economic costs. We have scientifically, in the past, shown that this could cost a few percent of global GDP of the climate impacts caused by us. I can tell you that the latest scientific assessment is what you see on the screen here. An 18% loss of GDP by 2050 if we now follow the current path. This is equivalent to $38 trillion of loss per year in 2050. It's starting to hurt, both in human social costs and in economic costs. And this is happening at 1.2 degrees Celsius of global mean surface temperature rise, and we're following a path.
Yeah, hold on. More. Yeah, more to look at. Cannot spend 20 minutes on this one video. I mean, I guess we could. I also feel like if we just watch this thing straight through, Ted, whoever Ted is gonna come after me. Can't have that. Maybe if you know Ted, you could tell Ted to lay off the Galactic News Network. But till then, break these.
Like, for example, soaking up greenhouse gases in intact nature on land and in the ocean. And so far, Mother Earth has been so forgiving. Here we have the evidence. What you see here is the hockey stick of fossil fuel burning in red and deforestation in yellow. Is it this tremendous climate forcing that has caused the 1.2 degrees Celsius climate crisis so far? The answer is no. 53% of the carbon dioxide from fossil fuel burning and land system change have been soaked up by.
So this is showing a balance of sources and sinks. Sources being carbon-based emissions, and sinks being the ocean, being the atmosphere, and being the forests, which all suck up carbon dioxide and other things to some degree. Deal with it in different ways, right? You got the coral and the Amazon, and you know, these are things, and then you got this massive fucking pile of fossil carbon. Good God.
Intact nature on land and in the ocean. It's only the blue sliver you see here, which remains in the atmosphere, causing the climate crisis so far. The problem is we have more and more scientific evidence of cracks in this system. Let's start on land. Land absorbs 31% of the carbon dioxide from our greenhouse gas emissions. We have more and more scientific evidence across so much research that the boreal forest in Canada or the temperate mixed forest in Germany and Russia are starting to lose their carbon uptake capacity. Did you know that the latest science shows that the part of the Amazon rainforest, planet Earth's richest biome on terrestrial land, has already tipped over and is no longer a carbon sink? It is today a carbon source. It's no longer helping us. But as if that was not enough, what really worries us today is the ocean. The ocean absorbs 90% of the heat caused by human-induced climate change. This is well understood, but what really worries us is what you see here. This is the latest data on sea surface temperature across the ocean. What you see here is from 1980 until today, how gradually the ocean surface just gets warmer and warmer. It's actually warming all the way down to 2,000 meters depth. This is well understood in science. It's a deep concern. It's well represented in the climate models. We understand it. Then suddenly in 2023, something happens. Temperatures just go completely off the charts, 0.4 degrees Celsius outside of the warmest temperature in previous years. What's happened?
Yeah, we've been talking about this line. And there's another line, the 2024, which is above that 2023 line, or has been above all year, up until the latest data that I've seen personally. So, yeah, you see all the data for 50 years, all together to some degree. However, you can clearly tell it was much cooler, 70s, 80s, 90s. Once you get to the 2000s, most of these lines over here are red at the top, right? But 2024 is above this last line. We're not in a good place.
Degrees Celsius outside of the warmest temperature in previous years. What's happening? We admittedly must be honest here, we do not know. El Niño is certainly partly to blame, but cannot explain it all. 2024, it just continues. What is happening? We do not know, but the candidate number one is the energy imbalance caused by us humans. In 1 year alone, the heat equivalent to 300 times global electricity use is absorbed in the Earth system.
So yeah, he goes on to talk about how the corals are also quickly hitting a tipping point. We can't watch this whole thing. We're just can't do it. Let's move a little bit further forward. Where's this other? Oh, fuck, here it is.
To answer that question. These are big biophysical systems that we all depend on, global commons for the stability of the planet. The question is, at what temperatures are they at risk of tipping from helping us to becoming self-amplifying foes? Well, for the first time, we have an attempt to answer that question.
Oh boy.
What you see here are the 16 tipping element systems.
And we're going to take a break here and actually go through these 16 elements. The 5, which are in most peril and are already in the danger zone with us being above 1.2 degrees Celsius warming, are the Greenland ice sheet collapse, West Antarctic ice sheet collapse, tropical coral reef die-off, northern permafrost abrupt thaw, and the Labrador Sea Current collapse. So these are the things and the things that will happen to them as we settle ourselves above this 1.2 degree limit. These 5 things I just mentioned will all become carbon contributors rather than carbon sinks. Things that they were acting as for, in some cases, literally millions of years before humans ever got here. Then there's the danger zone. This is within the Paris Agreement range. Above 1.5 degrees Celsius is the Barents Sea ice loss, mountain glaciers loss, Atlantic current collapse. Ooh, that one's real scary. That one, whenever I hear the Atlantic current collapse, I start hearing and thinking day after tomorrow scenes in my brain. Northern forest die back south. Northern forest expansion north. West African monsoon shift. East Antarctic glacier collapse. Amazon rainforest die back. Northern permafrost collapse. Arctic winter sea ice collapse. And East Antarctic's ice sheet collapse. Those last 3 at least are above 3 degrees, and the last 2 is above 5 degrees, which thankfully we are pretty far away from. But I mean, the top 10 are all within the 1.5 degree limit, which we broke through on a global level, at least I think on multiple occasions this year. We haven't settled above it, but we are brushing up against it in ways that I think should make all of us uncomfortable.
On the y-axis, and in red you see the uncertainty range, the best estimates in science. Darker the red, the higher the risk of tipping. It's the temperature levels at which they're likely to cross the thresholds. The average temperature at which they are likely to tip is the yellow circle lines you see here. What this tells us is the following. 5 of these 16 are likely to cross their tipping points already at 1.5 degrees Celsius. The Greenland ice sheet, the West Antarctic ice sheet, abrupt thawing of permafrost, losing all tropical coral reef systems and collapse of the Barents Sea ice. Just the two ice sheets hold 10-meter sea level rise, which would be unstoppable.
30 for Freedom Unit users, 30 feet.
On the long term. Now sure, there's scientific uncertainty here, as you see from these graphs, but there's one red thread in science for humanity, in the scientific message, and it's this. The more we understand of the Earth system, the higher is the risk. And here is the proof.
I think we see the proof here on this stream practically every day. Maybe we'll look at the rest of this on another enchanted evening. Ooh, Adrian Vixen. Good to see you. Are you not streaming? That is strange. Nice to have you grace our chat with your presence. Okay, it's that time. That's right, the final galactic intermission. That's right, if you have anything else you need to do before the back half of this show, well, you better do it now. You need a drink, you need a snack, I need all sorts of things. Get those things done now. But before you do that, if you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. They both really help out, and we're still trying to get this goddamn YouTube channel up to 500 subscribers. I'm sure it'll happen any day now. We're getting close. Oh wait, no, we still need 260. So yeah, I'm sure we can will it into existence somehow. If you've already done both of those things and you're still pining for other ways to help support this channel, well, got two good ways for you to do that. Go on Patreon, become a Galactic patron for just a few US dollars a month, gaining access to space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Also, you can go to the Twitch. Both links are in the chat. Anyway, enjoy this space intermission, and I will be right back. shit. Okay. I've got my vape, I've got my tea. Time for round 3. Alright, chat, super short intermission. We are gonna get right back to the action here. The final half. We've got global news to get to. So get back to those seats, Space Fams. It's gonna be starting very shortly. What's that sound? Okay. Well, as always, gonna start off our final half with a little bit of space news. Here's Guardian news from a day ago. NASA releases time-lapse capturing of red and green auroras over the Earth. Ooh. That is cool. It's very fancy. All that is sun's rays. Colliding with the Earth's atmosphere. 0 words to this. I thought that was actually kinda great. Just leaves us to sit here and talk to one another. Let those people who are straggling behind get their butts in here for the final half of the show. Okay, on to it. Alright, now I know we already did some UK... Oh wait, no, I take it back. We have to go to Venezuela first. Venezuela. Almost forgot. How could I do that? Okay, let's go to Venezuela. Here's Democracy Now! From 2 days ago. Who are the Venezuelan opposition? Leonardo Flores and Alejandro Velasco debate election aftermath.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to Venezuela, where the United States is reportedly escalating its efforts to remove President Nicolas Maduro following July's contested election, where both Maduro and his main rivals claim victory. Last week, Maduro, who was declared the winner by Venezuela's National Electoral Council, appealed to the Supreme Court to verify the results after opposition leaders Edmundo Gonzalez and Maria Corina Machado released thousands thousands of vote tally sheets to back their claims of victory. Gonzalez failed to appear before the Venezuelan Supreme Court, saying he feared arrest, while the High Court said Saturday the opposition has not yet submitted evidence to support its allegations. Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro spoke from Caracas Friday.
Edmundo González Urrutia. Es escandaloso su ausencia ante el máximo tribunal del país.
The absence of Edmundo González Urrutia before the highest court of the country is scandalous, as was his absence on June 20th for the signing of the agreement to recognize the election before the CNE, National Election Council. He does not recognize the CNE as an institution. He does not recognize the Supreme Court. Who does he recognize? The government of the United States? So the statement of the three political parties who pushed this extreme right candidate is scandalous. They have nothing. They have nothing.
Dueling protests in support of Maduro and the opposition have taken place in Caracas and other parts of Venezuela. Over the weekend, Venezuela's opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, called for global mass protests August 17th. Meanwhile, the White House Monday denied reports by the Wall Street Journal that the Biden administration had offered Maduro amnesty in exchange for his resignation. This is White House spokesperson Karine Jean-Pierre.
It's been 2 weeks after the elections in Venezuela. It is abundantly clear, right, to the majority of Venezuelan people, the United States, and growing number of countries, as you just listed, that Edmundo won the most votes.
According to what? Oh my God. Oh, Corinne. Why? Why are you always disappointing me, Corinne? Based upon what? There's been literally no evidence yet of that, aside from claims by the opposition party. I know you wouldn't take that argument from Donald Trump. We got the very most votes. This whole election's been completely stolen from us.
In the July 28th presidential election, and Maduro must recognize it.
International rights groups have denounced reports of a violent crackdown against demonstrators. At least 25 people have died in protests since July 28th election. There have been some 2,000 reported arrests. Meanwhile, both Gonzalez and Machado have gone into hiding. For more, we're joined by two guests in Washington, D.C. Leonardo Flores is a Venezuelan political analyst, activist, founding member of the Venezuela Solidarity Network. And Alejandro Velasco is an associate professor at New York University, where he's a historian of modern Latin America. His new piece for The Nation is headlined, "What's Next for the Left in Venezuela?" Professor Velasco is former executive editor of NACLA Report on the Americas, joining us from Newport, Rhode Island. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Let's start with you, Alejandro Velasco. Your assessment of what's taking place now in these Wall Street Journal reports of the United States offering amnesty for Maduro if he were to leave.
Yeah, it's a curious development. On the one hand, it's very hard to take it seriously or to assume that Maduro is taking it seriously. Of course, on the one hand, it's important for the United States, if indeed this happened, even if it's through back channels, to signal to Maduro and to the upper echelons of the Maduro government that it's willing to put significant stake on the table in order to execute a transition into a different type of government. On the other hand, what we've seen in both historically and recently is that claims of amnesty or offers of amnesty don't really have significant legal weight. We've seen this in Guatemala, we've seen this in Argentina, we've seen this in Chile, where negotiated transitions that rely on a potential amnesty for would-be human rights violators actually are reverted after the political conditions change. So, my sense is that even if it is the case, it's not actually something that is seriously being considered in Caracas. On the other hand, what does seem to be the case is that it does signal to by the United States that it is, like I said before, willing to put something on the table, and perhaps it's a gesture.
Oh boy. United States just being so very generous with just incredibly long sanctions on this government. Okay.
progressive government. Same question to Leonardo Flores of the Venezuela Solidarity Network. The issue, at least three progressive governments in the region, Mexico, Colombia, and Brazil, have called on the Maduro administration and the election officials in Venezuela to produce more actual vote counts and tallies, not just the total tallies, but also the precinct by precinct tallies. What's your...
Trump's sanctions caused a depression in Venezuela. It certainly put the nail in the coffin. I mean, there were already a great deal of sanctions on Venezuela before Trump got in office. And then he raised those sanctions to essentially the Venezuelan people being the most sanctioned people on the planet by the United States. More so than Russia, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Of why that hasn't happened, and also the issue of whether the Venezuelan opposition, by posting stuff on or their returns on an internet site, is the same thing as producing evidence of valid counts to the court.
Well, thank you, Juan. Let me just first say that what we're seeing in Venezuela is a more sophisticated, more violent, and better planned version of Stop the Steal. The electoral authorities declared a winner, the loser in the election, without any credible evidence. His claiming fraud, they unleashed violence, and they threatened more violence. And I think that should really alarm progressives in the United States, because it's not only a similar playbook to what we saw here in 2020, but it's a similar playbook to what happened in Brazil when Lula beat Bolsonaro, and in 2019 in Bolivia when there was false claims of fraud against Evo Morales that led to the coup in Bolivia. When we see the positions by Mexico, Brazil, and Colombia, I think what we're seeing really is them trying to take a middle position between the few countries in Latin America that have already declared González to be the winner, like Argentina, like Peru, the other countries throughout the Americas that have already accepted the results by the CNE. And so they're playing this middle position in order to try to brunt the response by the United States. But we also see that the United States is already going back on its promises. President Biden, a few days after the election, he spoke with President Lula, and afterwards he tweeted that there was a pledge to coordinate any actions with these three countries of Mexico, Brazil, and Colombia. And those three countries haven't recognized the winner, but the United States already has. So I think that's very troubling, and we have to understand this.
Yeah, it is troubling, and we should all be troubled by that. It's just another example of the United States trying to play politics from afar. Thank you for the blessings. I'm fine, just a little space pollen. But yeah, the situation is troubling, and while it doesn't have exact one-to-one comparisons to Stop the Steal, there are certainly some comparisons to be made. In fact, if I recall correctly, I don't know if anybody was here on the night when we first covered this, but I think on the first night we covered this, I said, boy, there are some real Stop the Steal vibes. Maybe not exactly like that, but I was like, man, this is feeling very 2020 Mark Lindell right now. And while I am sure there are some people who voted for them, for the party who is making this claim, there's no doubt about that. For now, I think it's best to have a tempered take on this to sort of try to bring perspective to all of this, both historically as well as otherwise, and not jump to conclusions. There's no mold in space. All right, let's not what do you know about space pollen, okay, and space mold? There's space fungus. We've talked about space fungus on this channel on multiple occasions. So I ask you, if there is space fungus, how can you say for certain there is no space mold or space pollen? As an Earth person on planet Earth, Exactly, BCAT. There's also pollen and mold and other things. Sometimes spores, whatever, they might be carried up onto the spaceship when I teleport up here. Teleportation technology isn't perfect. All right, now let's go to the UK. Real quick, for some actual good old-fashioned fun. Now, you may or may not be familiar with an individual by the name of Liz Truss. She was, if you were not aware, I believe the shortest ever serving prime minister in British history. I believe she took over after Boris Johnson. And she was, well, I'll get into more of it later. Let's go here. This is Navarra Media. They got footage of her giving a speech, or like having a discussion at a conference of sorts.
Former British Prime Minister Liz Truss is out and about flogging her memoir. It's called 10 Years to Save the West. It's her manifesto for resuscitating conservatism, a movement which she did quite a lot to destroy, let's face it. For some reason, though, people just don't seem to be taking her seriously. Here's what happened at a speaking event in Suffolk.
No kidding.
I support Trump and I want him to win. But and I think it's what I was saying a bit about incumbents. I think the average American is not doing well.
She has got nothing. She's got nothing to talk about. The fact she's sitting here, even this guy looks incredibly bored. Like, look at him. He's leaned all the way back. He's just like, hands in the pockets. Like, yeah, okay, I guess do this.
And people do vote on, I think it was Bill Clinton's advisor who said it's the economy's stupid. So I think that he will probably win. on that. I've got a list of some questions, by the way.
No idea where that's come from.
That's not funny. That's not funny.
I'm being repressed.
Now, if you don't get the joke, I don't blame you. Some of you are probably not from England. But her term, many people did not think she was going to last very long. As it turned out, that was true. Like we just mentioned, she served the very shortest ever British prime ministership, or whatever it's called, and people compared her term to a lettuce in terms of its shelf life, in that it would have a shorter shelf life than a lettuce. And so she's been haunted by lettuces for some time, and clearly that has not stopped yet.
Oh, Fox, our producer, just told me don't feel sorry for her, but she did look quite defeated there, didn't she? She was also dressed in the colour of a lettuce.
She's also
led by
dressed in the
donkeys, so the campaign group managed to get that there.
It's true. It is an unfortunate sort of coincidence, if you will.
Sort of on stage.
Happy
accident. It looked a bit like an inside job, which I suppose maybe was why she looked quite so insulted, because she thought, she'd been invited to give this talk and that they'd humiliated her in front of everyone. Liz Truss has responded to that prank beyond saying this wasn't funny, although she did just repeat that line. What happened last night was not funny. Far left activists disrupted the event, which then had to be stopped for security reasons. This is done to
security
intimidate and suppress free
reasons.
speech.
Her security was I've never heard of a lettuce causing any sort of security problems ever. This is a first, I think, in history.
I won't stand for it. Would we see the same reaction if the activists were far right? Well, far right activists don't tend to just drop mild-mannered joke banners. They often...
Maybe she was concerned about getting roughaged up. I'm sorry.
Bricks or hurl racist abuse at people. So I'm not quite sure the comparison works. What do you think of this, Dahlia? I mean, lots of people commenting that it's not particularly politically relevant to be sort of, this is a former prime minister who everyone agrees is shite. So sort of going around and continuing to humiliate her is not a particularly brave political act. But is it a good prank? I mean, it's moderately amusing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that maybe the reason that Led by Donkeys would have seen this as important point is, it's not just that she's, a washed up prime minister, but she is making this very concerted attempt to kind of bolster Trumpism in the Anglosphere, right? Like that's her new.
Yeah. Yeah, seriously. And it seems like a weird tack to take from across the pond. I suppose she's run out of domestic things to cause problems with. Far left vegetables are repressing poor Liz Truss. For the first time ever, lettuce causing a security concern. Never happened before. Not even real lettuce, just a picture of a lettuce on a flag. Okay. All right, yes. Let's talk about Ukraine, Russia, and with the recent escalations, it's going to take up more time than usual. Princess Monocle found the Vergonia flag and Twitch immediately. Fast on the emotes over there. You can get access to those sweet, sweet Galactic Vergonia flags, as well as other sweet galactic emotes on Twitch. Although a Patreon membership is cheaper monthly, I will point that out. I know I'm kind of, in a way, taking money out of my own pocket. But I would recommend Patreon before I recommend Twitch. It's just true. I stand by that statement. Not that I don't love everyone on Twitch, and people who go on Twitch and donate on Twitch. Fact is, you only do so much on Patreon. But you got a limited budget, you got a few dollars a month, I say you go Patreon. Every time. And if your budget is so limited that you can't donate, well, I understand. Times is tough. But I appreciate your being here, your listening to the stream, liking and subscribing, of course. I'm sure you're all liking and subscribing, even though the goddamn numbers say that at least half of my audience is unsubscribed right now. Somehow. Not you. Not blaming you particularly, just the shit, what do you call it? I was gonna call it the veritable, but that's not the word I was thinking of. How are they unsubscribed? I don't know, Sasha. I don't know. You're right. You're right, Moan Up. It's free. Liking and subscribing, they're both free. It's just gotta tap it one time. One time per time. In the case of subscribing, I mean, it's literally just one time, and then you never hit that again. you might as well just forget that button exists after you hit that. Okay. Enough capitalist messaging. Let's go here. This is from 2 days ago. Global News. Oh, wait, actually, yes. Zelensky tells Putin that the war is, quote-unquote, coming back home. Oh, no. Don't do this. Do not play me, YouTube. There we go. Much better.
Ukrainian forces continue to advance into Russian territory 7 days after their surprise attack began. Video shared by a Ukrainian battalion shows soldiers removing the Russian flag from a building in the Kursk region. While in the Russian village of Wobegon, Ukrainian soldiers filmed themselves raising their blue and yellow flag. Russia is now evacuating parts of the Belgorod region due to activity in the area by Ukrainian forces. This comes just days after Ukraine's biggest incursion into Russian territory since the start of this war. Russia's ally Belarus says it's now bolstering its troop numbers at its border after reports Ukraine violated its airspace with drones.
General Syrski reported that about 1,000 square kilometers in the Kursk region are now under Ukrainian control. It is entirely justified to destroy Russian terrorists wherever they are, wherever they launch their attacks from. Russian military airfields, Russian logistics. We see the benefits this can bring in bringing peace closer. Russia needs to be forced into peace, especially if Putin is so set on fighting. You can see how Russia has truly progressed under Putin. 24 years ago, the Kursk disaster occurred. Marked the symbolic beginning of his rule. Okay. Anyways, he does get on to saying, eventually, the war is coming home to Russia. You need to watch the whole thing. But, the situation does change drastically. We've been saying it now for at least a couple of days because of this. More and more. The more and more that I think about it, the more that this does, in fact, drastically change certain aspects of this war, whether it be politically for Putin or the tone of the war itself. It also forces Putin's forces to move, which they have done. We talked about that already. Let's go to this. This came out shortly after that one. Kursk offensive. Ukraine claims to be in control of 74 Russian settlements.
A Ukrainian soldier tweaks a road sign inside Russia, changing a village name to give it a Ukrainian spelling. The head of Ukraine's armed forces told President Volodymyr Zelensky that his troops now control 74 Russian towns and villages.
Okay. So yeah, another example of things Putin's not gonna like. Like, honestly, I feel like all of that is really just to piss off Putin. Just the changing of the flags, all that. Because I don't think it's Ukraine's intention to hold on to this land. It really seems to me that at this point they decided they had held back long enough and that maybe Vladimir Putin would be interested in doing peace talks if he had you know, a more specific reason to do such a thing, like losing territory, having Russians forced to leave their homes, which quite a few now have been forced to leave. Let's go to this. This is Associated Press from a day ago. Remnants of war left in border area as Ukraine claims more advances in Russian incursion. You have no idea what chocolate coffee wine will taste like? You're making a stout wine? That sounds very interesting. Shit is popping off in Myanmar? Again? Still or again? More so than it was before? Because it's been popping off for quite a while. How many times have we talked about Myanmar here on this channel? It feels like well over a dozen times we have spent our precious galactic time talking about Myanmar. I'm gonna look that up later. I'd like things to do the opposite of whatever popping off is everywhere, but nobody ever listens to me. Let's go to BBC, talk more about this incursion.
Ukraine says its troops have moved further into Russian territory despite denials from Moscow. This video from Ukrainian TV shows troops pulling down the Russian flag in Sudzha, and President Zelensky says they've pushed 1 to 2 kilometers further into Russia just since this morning. Well, by contrast, Russia said today its forces had repelled attempts by Ukrainian mobile units to push deeper into its territory. The governor of the Russian border regions of Belgorod has declared a state of emergency, saying Ukrainian shelling had made the situation there extremely difficult. This map shows just how rapid the advance has been in the past 7 days, with Ukraine claiming to have taken more territory in a week than Russia has all year. Ukraine says it's creating a security zone in Russia's Kursk region in a bid to protect their own border areas. Our correspondent Will Vernon reports.
I have 30 people listening to me right now. That's true, but do any of you happen to have, let alone a, like a strong pulse on what's happening in Myanmar? Can anybody here actually affect what's happening in Myanmar right now? Are any of you, is anybody here currently in Myanmar? That'd be my first question. Then my next question would be, how cozy are you with either the military or the monarchy? Actually, wait. Myanmar's not a... No, wait. Hold on. My brain just broke. Wait a second. Could have sworn they had some elections there. Don't they have elections? Hold on. I just threw myself off because we were recently talking about Thailand, which is like right next door. They have a monarchy. I don't think they actually. Damn it. This is important. I will not stop. No, they have a president. That's right. They have a female president. They got a lady president. And she got cooed. Like, Jesus Christ, how many years ago now? It was during the pandemic. It was like 4 years ago. The institution for kids who can't read good. This needs to be at least 3 times as big.
The Russian military has been busy making slick videos, apparently showing it's striking back against Ukrainian forces in Kursk. Russia's defense ministry claims the Ukrainian advance has been stopped. But Ukraine's president says his forces march on.
We're expanding our area of active operations in the Kursk region. The Commander-in-Chief reported that our forces control 74 towns and villages. I thank every soldier and commander that has achieved this.
In Kursk, people queue for handouts of humanitarian aid. Over 100,000 residents are said to have been evacuated. It's a sobering picture of how ordinary Russians are starting to feel the impact of this war. And in Russia's neighbouring Belgorod region, The governor said a state of emergency has been declared due to shelling.
So yeah, now the number has gone up drastically to 100,000 people evacuated from Kursk. And there's still people left behind right now. Really is quite drastic how much effect this has had. Let's go on to this. Oh, your uncle may have been there for work. Can you get your uncle to tell the military to uncoup the country, please? Is that possible? Can we get that done? That's it? A school for ants?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Burma. Used to be called Burma, that's right. That's the colonial British name for Myanmar, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go here to NBC News from a day ago. Ukraine launches largest drone attack of the entire war.
Now to a surprise incursion into Russia as Ukrainian troops continue to push deeper into the Kursk region with those operations now in their second week. Here's what President Biden told reporters about it yesterday.
Anyway,
Mr. President, what do you have to say about what's happening in Russia and Ukraine? Have you spoken with anyone in the Ukrainian government?
I've spoken with my staff on a regular basis, probably every 4 or 5 hours for the last 6 or 8 days. And it's creating a real dilemma for Putin, and we've been in direct contact, constant contact with the Ukrainians.
Well, you can see video here of Ukrainian troops patrolling a village in the Kursk region. President Zelensky claims 74 settlements in that border region are now under Ukrainian control. NBC News cannot independently verify the situation on the ground, but it does appear that this assault into Russian territory is having an impact on Moscow's strategy. A Ukrainian army spokesperson said they have seen Russian troops pull out of areas in southern Ukraine and are now being directed to other areas of the front line, including Kursk.
Okay, hold on. Just gonna move this forward. I can't remember where this was. Where was it?
Try to hold it so that Russia can't use that territory to attack vulnerable parts of Ukraine.
Well, Josh, let me follow up with you because you mentioned that drone attack. How is Russia responding? What's the view inside Moscow?
So Russia has acknowledged now that Ukraine launched this attack. They're not really confirming the specifics of what the Ukrainians were able to target. But according to the Russians, they say that this was a wave of more than 100 drones and missiles. On the flip side, though, Kristen, the Russians are really trying as best as they can not to show weakness here. They are suggesting.
Yeah. And what's been, I think, most amusing of all of the sort of things that Vladimir Putin has been saying about this, at least for me personally, is him calling this terrorism. It's very strange to me, considering what he's been doing. It would seem like something of an admission, if you will. Let's go to the most recent news on this. Got 2 more pieces. This is from the Associated Press from 3 hours ago. Russia's Belgorod region declares state of emergency after strikes by Ukraine.
кричали, есть ли лестница в подъезде. Вот это нас интересовало. Есть ли лестница, потому что если пробираться, мы намочили тряпки, закрыли рот.
Sorry, I forgot that I have to translate in this video. Volume down here. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Belgorod region is south of the Kursk region. Hold on, let me look at this on a map. Belgrade? Is that how you pronounce it? Yeah, so Belgrade, or Belgrade, if that's how we're pronouncing it, is south of Kursk. So this is a completely different area. We screamed, wondering if there were stairs in the building. Because if we had to crawl, we soaked the cloths to cover our mouths. My eyes were hurting because of smoke. Damn, looks like Ukraine. The main goal of the state of emergency is to introduce additional security measures and additional support measures for those who have suffered. Okay. So yeah, not only has Ukraine pushed further into the Kursk region, they are now striking the Belgrade region. I'm going to keep calling it Belgrade because that's how it's spelled in front of me. Now, let's see. I'm pretty sure this next clip is, if I'm not mistaken, Vedant Patel at the State Department responding to questions by the press on this recent incursion. I think it's Vedant. Can't remember. Nope.
Sure.
Sabrina.
Ukraine's cross-border operation into the Kursk region was the most significant mission really since the start of the war. This was apparently done without the knowledge of their largest patron, the United States. Now, why shouldn't that be considered an intelligence failure on the part of this administration?
Why is this guy shaking so much?
Well, Mike, I'd push back on that a bit. You know, I think some of the things that the Ukrainians demonstrated earlier on in the war is the ability to hold Kyiv, and then subsequently Kharkiv, Kherson. They were able to hold major cities that I think back then you were here in this briefing room as well, and speculating on what the Ukrainians would and wouldn't be able to hold. In terms of, is this an intelligence failure? No.
The United States did not know that this happened until
we were
after
not.
the fact.
Yep, we were not made aware of this operation. That doesn't mean that it's an intelligence failure. What I would tell you is that we are working with the Ukrainians to better understand their objectives, and I'm not going to go beyond what we had in that readout.
They didn't let anyone.
Stop being ableist. What was it being ableist about? Talking about his shaking? He seems pretty able to shake around like that. Nervously. I don't know why. He seems to have stopped. He's a Chihuahua? Could be. Could be a Chihuahua in a human costume. Never know. Seen weirder things in this galaxy. Okay, so according to Sabrina Singh, the United States government was not aware of this most recent development, that being the incursion into Russia by Ukrainian forces. What does that mean? Honestly, I think, if anything, it means that the United States can play stupid when Russia calls asking what's up. Not that there's a real open line of communication there, but, you know, in the case anybody asks, we did not know. Okay, let's go quickly to Africa here, as there has been a development with something we talked about weeks ago now. The situation is getting completely out of hand, apparently, to the point where the World Health Organization has decided to come out and say something very specific about it. Yeah, I'll let them say it. Here's Guardian News from a day ago. WHO says Mpox outbreak in Africa is an international public health emergency.
Mpox has been reported in the Democratic Republic of the Congo for more than a decade, and the number of cases reported each year has increased steadily over that period. Last year, reported cases increased significantly, and already the number of cases reported so far this year has exceeded last year's total, with more than 14,000 cases and 524 deaths. Today, the emergency committee met and advised me that, in its view, the situation constitutes a public health emergency of...
Yeah, and those numbers are going up fast. The last time we were talking about this, we were talking about, I believe, dozens. And now he's talking about over 500 deaths and tens of thousands of cases, I think he said. I couldn't quite hear. I can go back. Let me hear that again. 10,000 cases, okay.
And 524 deaths. Today, the emergency committee met and advised me that, in its view, the situation constitutes a public health emergency of international concern. I have accepted that advice. The detection and rapid spread of a new clade of Mpox in eastern DRC, its detection in neighboring countries that had not previously reported Mpox, and the potential for further spread within...
Yeah, that's very bad. Having it spreading between borders now is that's a problem. By the way, I don't appreciate you asking Nightbot what Xena Warrior Princess's war cry was while I was doing a very serious story about an outbreak of Mpox, which is now according to the WHO, amounted to an international public health emergency. But now all I can think of in my head is Xena going, and like, I almost want to bring up a YouTube bit of this because it's like, I haven't thought of that and I don't know how long. I don't know why you thought of it. So many questions, so few answers. It's truly disturbing. But I'm gonna power through it. Let's go. Let's just, you know, I'm gonna pretend like that never happened. I'm gonna go to Israel now. Got a bunch of Israel stuff to talk about. If you're not aware, in recent weeks, Israel did strikes on Lebanon and Iran in major cities. In fact, they struck Lebanon's capital in a residential area in order to kill Ismail Haniyeh in Iran, and Hezbollah leader, shit, I don't remember his name right now. God damn it. Point is, they did 2 assassinations across borders in recent weeks. Iran has been threatening to respond to that militarily. And other nations, including not nations, but other actors, if you will, like Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas themselves have all also threatened retaliation as well. So we're going to talk about that momentarily, but first I have one story here about Israel's economic situation, which is, as it turns out, not getting better, but in fact getting worse. Credit rating agency Fitch has apparently, in the last 2 days, downgraded Israel's credit rating. I believe for the second time since October 7th. Let's go to this story from Wyon.
Credit ratings agency Fitch has downgraded Israel's government credit rating from A+ to A, citing the ongoing war in Gaza and heightened geopolitical risks. The outlook remains negative, indicating a potential for further downgrade. Now, the agency projects a budget deficit of 7.8% of GDP in 2024 and debt to exceed 70% of GDP in the medium term. The conflict's potential to escalate and prolong, coupled with increased military spending, poses significant risks to Israel's economic stability. Fitch.
Oh boy, that is rough. That is rough for Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu. You're still going in on this Xena warrior princess in chat right now. So Life. Xena's war cry is a powerful and iconic battle yell that embodies strength, courage, and determination. It combines a fierce intensity with a primal energy signaling her readiness for combat. That's very accurate. Much more accurate than I was expecting. In fact, more detailed than I even knew existed. Real quick. Just wanted to do this. Let's go to Wikipedia. So, yes. So, now that Israel has been ejected from A+ bond rating, which the likes of Japan and Iceland and China and France, well, actually not France, I take it back. France is higher. But China, Japan, Iceland, Latvia, other people all enjoyed. Israel will no longer be in that tier. They will now be kicked down into the A tier with the likes of Saudi Arabia, Spain, and Chile. If they get kicked down one further, they'll be down with Malta and Malaysia. Very disappointing for Israel. I believe they used to be all the way up in AA rating with the likes of the United Kingdom and South Korea. But no, no longer. Okay, now let's go to what we were talking about before. This is a day ago from Global News. Iranians say retaliation against Israel is necessary after killing of Hamas leader in Tehran. And these are just people on the street. Here's Global News. Oh, wait. Wait, I'm gonna need to translate and read subtitles. Bring volume down. There we go. Okay. Palestinians in the Al-Maghazi refugee camp awoke to destruction after an overnight Israeli strike that killed 4 and left dozens wounded. What's this at 2 a.m.? People are sleeping. Where are they? Are they fighting at 2 a.m.? We were asleep and heard nothing but this missile flying. Then it bombed the house and turned it upside down. The house was made of zinc, and those inside were children, women, and elderly. They're all torn to pieces when they pulled them out. Her children and husband were outside. The IDF knew the house contained children, young women, and the elderly, yet they struck. They deliberately burn our blood. Our women are elderly and to inflame our blood. On them, what comes out? Only body parts. Not whole humans, just pieces that you collect in cloth. Good God. Hold on. This is painful. Oh my God, it's so late. It is late. We started late too. We started at 11. 100%. Retaliation will be done, but in its proper time and place, as revenge must definitely be taken. They will become emboldened if Israel are not made to answer for this act. I think the country's situation, the social and economic situation of our country, is such that we cannot become involved in any other conflicts of any kind with a country like Israel, which has the backing of countries like the US and NATO. Of course, we cannot ignore it. The assassination of Hania, since our security is undermined and put into question. We had a guest and an incident occurred, and should absolutely not be an absolute direct confrontation. The enmity toward Israel is the position of all Lebanese. We are against all that is happening. The enmity towards Israel, all that's happening in Gaza, and the crimes being committed towards the Palestinian people. We are with the two-state solution, and this is our firm and fundamental position. As much as we are with these clear positions, we are against including Lebanon in a war that doesn't serve its interest.
We continue to believe that a diplomatic resolution is achievable because we continue to believe that no one truly wants a full-scale war between Lebanon and Israel.
Well, maybe you should stop believing that, because it seems like Israel, and specifically Benjamin Netanyahu, do. And I would point out that assassinating people, especially people who are involved in negotiations, is not it's not diplomatic. It's the opposite of diplomacy. That's the opposite of diplomacy, silly. But you do work for the U.S. State Department, so I guess we should expect nothing less. Speaking of the State Department, let's hear from Vedant Patel. Because here's a question that comes to mind, personally, considering how often we hear about Israel's ability and right, inherent right, to defend itself. Let's hear what Vedant Patel of the State Department has to say about the question, quote unquote, does Iran have the right to defend itself?
I don't want reality.
To follow up on Olivia's question. Now, you said, to understand clearly, you're saying that if Iran responds, the U.S. will be there to defend Israel, correct?
What I'm saying is that our commitment to Israel's security is ironclad, and of course part of that includes the defense of Israel when it faces threats from malign actors like the Iranian regime. That should be no surprise to you, Saeed.
So you often speak of the rights of every nation to defend itself. Do you acknowledge that this was an Israeli aggression against Iran?
I don't have any information for you, Saeed.
I don't have any information. What does that mean? You don't have any. I mean, it's a very clear question. Was this or was it not an attack? It was just not an aggression against Iran. It's very simple. You don't need more information. You already know what happened. We already know. Oh my God.
Possible reactions, and certainly don't have any thing to offer as it relates to attribution, and would let the Israelis speak to.
Oh right, this was I forgot.
Of theirs that.
So yeah, this was Vedant here. Oh, is it too quiet? It's full volume. It's Forbes. Their fucking audio is terrible. All right, so that's from 2 weeks ago. Here's Vedant trying to answer the same question several days later.
Deal. And just on the question of
Matthew
an
Miller.
Iranian response. So
Matt.
in April, there was an attack on an Israeli attack on an Iranian diplomatic facility or consulate facility. I think at the time there was never a conclusion from the US whether it did count as a consulate facility or not. Now we've got an attack on Iranian territory. Do the Iranians have the right to self-defense in this case?
So I'm going to answer that question this way.
Yeah.
The right is one question. What's productive is another. And
it's about what's productive. It's not about who has the right to self-defense. That's too philosophical. I mean, that's not philosophical enough of a question. No, we need to figure out a different question. Is it productive? Is it productive? I would love to hear him respond to a question on the other foot, if you will, as it relates to Israel's response, quote unquote, because the fact is, for the last 10 months now, we've seen Israel's response to October 7th. Has this been productive the last 10 months, Matt? Has it been productive, the all-out siege on the Palestinian people?
we don't think it's productive or conducive to anyone's interests, including Iran's, to conduct further actions, be they retaliatory.
It wouldn't be productive for Iran because we'd have to bomb them.
Or not. Any further action by Iran just raises the risk of increased tensions. It raises the risk of further response.
Raises the risk of Matt Miller having more awkward discussions here from behind the podium. That's pretty real. The risk is 100%. It will happen every time. Okay, let's go here. He's smugnorant. He is smugnorant. I've never heard of this word, but it does describe Matt Miller. Fact is, though, I feel like it's giving Matt too much credit, or at least too much leeway. Because the fact is, the more I think about it, Matt knows better. He used to work for the DOJ. I could swear he has an actual degree, like a law degree or something. Not like a business degree, but like, like he should know better, but he does. He continues to power on, just giving us the worst answers and talking points available. All right, let's go to democracy now. Try and break up this awful. Here's Amy Goodman from a day ago who had on Palestinian Reverend Munther Isaac to discuss the current situation still ongoing.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The Israeli bombardment of Gaza continues with 36 Palestinians killed in the last 24 hours, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. Among those killed on Tuesday were 2 newborn twins, a boy and a girl. They were 4 days old. When their father went to register their births at a local government office, the home where they were sheltering near Deir al-Balah was bombed, killing the newborn twins, their mother, and their grandmother. The Gaza Health Ministry says 115 newborns have been killed in Gaza since October. According to the Euro-Mediterranean Human Rights Monitor, out of nearly 17,000 Palestinian children killed by Israel in Gaza over the last 10 months, about 2,100, more than 2,000, were babies under the age of 2. As we broadcast, nearly 40,000 Palestinians in Gaza have been killed since October, though the true casualty figure is likely far higher, with thousands of dead unaccounted for. Meanwhile, the Israeli military has issued additional evacuation orders for Khan Yunis. The vast majority of Gaza's population has been forcibly displaced.
Okay, hold on. This thing's pretty long, so move it forward slightly.
Posted on social media, quote, "The U.S. is funding the genocide. Faith leaders must speak up. Words of concern and void calls for peace are not enough. Speak truth to power. Silence is complicity," end quote. The Reverend Munther Isaac, a Palestinian Christian theologian, is the pastor at the Evangelical Lutheran Christmas Church in Bethlehem in the occupied West Bank. He's in the United States on a speaking tour and will be giving an address tonight at the historic Riverside Church titled "Silence is Complicity." The Reverend Munther Isaac joins us now in our New York studio. Welcome to Democracy Now!
Thank you for having me.
We spoke to you at Christmas time in Bethlehem, where you had set up this crèche scene, Christ in the Rubble. This is many, many months later. Talk about why you're in the United States, Reverend.
Well, I wish I was not here. I wish I was here in different circumstances. We're still calling for a ceasefire. And it feels like we're still calling for the world to humanize the people of Gaza, to humanize Palestinians. So I'm here to talk to faith leaders, and particularly church leaders, my own community, to speak louder. For it's been 10 months now since this war has broken. And we're tired of void calls for peace. We're tired of the same kind of discourse. And it's time that the voices of faith leaders, it must be heard, given that we are in the country that's funding this genocide, given that we are in the country that continues to give political cover to this war in Gaza. So if you're silent, knowing how your money is being spent, that means you approve. And so enough is enough.
Absolutely. I think that's honestly all we need to hear. Not sure anybody here is a faith leader, but hopefully somewhere faith leaders hearing that Democracy Now! Piece and deciding to stop being silent about it. Now, let's talk a little bit more about what Amy had mentioned at the beginning of that piece. As in Gaza, a father went to get birth certificates for his 2 newborn twins, and then those twins, including his wife, were all killed in a airstrike. This is CNN from a day ago. Well, even CNN can't pretend this isn't happening.
In Gaza, a peace deal cannot come soon enough. Just in the past 24 hours, we have seen more than 30 people killed in Israeli strikes, including 3-day-old twins and their mother. CNN's Jeremy Diamond has this report.
How do you console a man whose whole world has been shattered? A man who hours earlier was locked in the warm embrace of his wife and newborn babies, but now cries out in agony, begging to see them one last time. His new horrific reality is too much to bear. His wife and twin babies are dead, killed in an Israeli strike on their apartment in central Gaza, according to hospital officials. Aysal and her brother Asser were just 3 days old. The Palestinian Ministry of Health says they are among 115 infants born and killed during the war in Gaza. Hours earlier, their mother, Jumana, a pharmacist, was blissfully responding to congratulations and well wishes on Facebook. I feel like it was a miracle. Alhamdulillah, sister. Everything is going well. Jumana.
This is disgusting. How any leaders of any countries, anywhere on the earth, can look at what's happening and say this is fine. Let alone think, oh, let's continue sending money to that. Is completely beyond me.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Where are we now? Oh. Let's go to this. You know, I gotta say, and I shouldn't be shocked at all by this, but I have been continuously impressed by Mehdi Hassan's new channel, Zateo, not just in its meteoric rise on YouTube, but in its coverage and its journalism and all sorts of other facets. And you may be hearing this for the first time, I don't know. But Zateo has White House press credentials. I'll try that again. Zateo has White House press room credentials. Here's them from a day ago, asking about this very horrific fucking story.
Brian, go ahead.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Yesterday, the department commemorated the 75th anniversary of the Geneva Conventions. It said, quote, the anniversary is a fitting occasion to reaffirm our commitment to respecting international humanitarian law. The prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, where violations of the Geneva Conventions are often addressed, seeks arrest warrants against Benjamin Netanyahu, as well as Hamas leadership. Netanyahu was just welcomed by Washington. Just in recent days, the department said it wouldn't sanction a unit accused of war crimes, including binding, gagging, and killing a 78-year-old Palestinian American. Israeli forces, as has been discussed, killed over 90 people as they prayed at a school and mosque. The Israeli forces shot an American citizen as he protested illegal settlements in the West Bank. Nevertheless, the U.S. released $3.5 billion to Israel to buy more U.S. weapons. So how does the Biden-Harris administration expect Americans and the rest of the world to take such commitments towards the Geneva Convention seriously, given just the past few days?
So we have been consistently clear that
Really?
Israel has every moral and strategic imperative to minimize the impacts of on.
Wow, yeah, so clear. We've been super clear about how we don't really care about it because we continue to fund it.
And when we have seen actions or incidents that we deem to be inconsistent with that, not only do we raise our concerns with the partner country as appropriate, but we factor it into the however which way we may implement certain policy responses to as a deterrence for these kinds of incidents to reoccur in the future. I talked about some of these tools at our disposal recently, the Leahy Vetting Forum, the guidance that's laid out.
We saw how that went.
The conventional arms transfer
We
policy,
immediately-
the TRIG
what?
process, as well as
Really?
other things like visa restrictions and designations that we have. We urge Israel to thoroughly and transparently investigate reports of...
Did you say visa restrictions to me? They just had Benjamin fucking Netanyahu in Congress.
violations of human rights and take all appropriate action, and we'll continue to do that.
So I know that the department and the U.S. issued certain statements mourning the loss of life from some of these killings, and you talk about deterrence. Just hours ago, 2 twins who were newborn were killed in Gaza with their mother and grandmother as their father went to collect their birth certificates. They were 4 days old, born into war, experienced only war, killed by war. How is the U.S. responding to this instance, given, again, this comes a day after the U.S.
So
celebrated?
I'm not going to speak to specific instances and incidents that happen. I will let the IDF speak to any operations they can take. I will say, just hearing this from your reporting, this is obviously incredibly heartbreaking. Again, Israel has every moral and strategic imperative to minimize civilian loss, but I don't have any of the other contours surrounding this operation, and I will let the IDF speak to that.
Finally, just one.
I'll let the IDF speak to that. Oh, thanks, Vedant. Very helpful. We'll just wait until Israel investigates itself and gets back to us on that. I'm sure it'll be an illuminating report that they do. And it turned out there were more questions. People had more questions. But we're actually going to skip them. Let's go to this. More deaths in communists following Israeli airstrikes. Actually, I just remembered this video has no information. It's just pictures of dead bodies and destruction. Just, you know. Let's go to this. Oh, I was going to say, just remember that Khan Yunis is being bombarded daily now. Here's CBS News from a day ago. Here's why they think Hamas won't attend ceasefire talks with Israel in Qatar.
CBS News has learned Hamas will not attend tomorrow's ceasefire talks with Israel in Qatar. The discussions are an attempt to restart negotiations between the two sides. A Hamas representative claims it has not received reassurances from Israel that it would commit to what was laid out in a July 2nd proposal. Israel still plans to send a delegation to the talks. CBS News foreign correspondent Rami Inocencio is in Tel Aviv, Israel. So, Rami, what
She breezed over that so fucking quick.
does this stance from Hamas mean for the potential of a possible ceasefire deal? And how are these talks supposed to continue without Hamas at the table?
Oh my god. This is hilarious. We're not going to listen to the rest of it. It gets really dumb. It gets really, really dumb real quick. Especially, I mean, considering the way they just phrased that. But let's get into what she mentioned for about a half a second. That that Hamas did not feel that Israel was negotiating in good faith. Or something like that, is what she said. Here's the Associated Press from a day ago. Here's actual footage of a top Hamas official telling reporters why.
المبادئ العامة للمبادرة كانت جيدة اللي هي وقف إطلاق النار.
We expect to be told by the mediators that Israel has accepted what is being offered, and any meeting should be based on talking about implementation. Sorry. Hold on. And any meeting should be based on talking about implementation mechanisms and setting deadlines, rather than negotiating something new. Otherwise, Hamas finds no reason to participate. The problem is that the American administration has not made a real effort to hold Israel accountable in regards to the guarantees it has given or the assurance it has provided. America must implement these guarantees and these pledges by putting pressure on Israel. Unless that happens, why would the Palestinians trust the American role again, or any guarantees America gives? During the talks, Hamas was taking them seriously and responding, negotiating, and giving its opinion, but it was working towards a goal. The Israeli side either sent a non-voting delegation or changed delegations from one round to another. So we would start again, or it has imposed new conditions, and often used the method of massacres, killing and aggression, to get out of the negotiation processes. Yeah. That's what we've been seeing. That is 100% what we've been seeing. And the fact is if you were Hamas, your leader was just assassinated by Israel in a foreign country. You had agreed to multiple iterations of ceasefire proposals that Israel was supposedly on board with. Those were then turned down after Israel found out that Hamas was okay with peace. And, you know, it's pretty obvious to them and to anybody really paying attention that Israel's dragging things out rather than actually attempting to make peace. And if they're going to go to this negotiation and try and rework a new deal rather than finding this peace deal acceptable and actually working towards that goal, then, you know, I honestly am not shocked that Hamas is kind of tired of sending people there, especially after what has recently happened, which to some degree plays into Israel's hand, whether or not, you know, they like it or not, to some degree, because it's exactly what Israel wants. They don't want this to go well. They want the peace talks to not go well. They want nothing more than that, right? They want the narrative to be that Hamas is the one that didn't show up, and Hamas is the unreasonable actor in all of this, that is just unwilling to come to peace. And even though I understand them not wanting to go, I think that they need to go regardless, on a purely PR, a purely political sort of facet, if you will, regardless of the actual peace itself, which is obviously hugely important. But I do feel it will be, like we just saw right before this, CBS immediately saying, why is Hamas, with Hamas not there, can anything be done? I mean, oh God, Israel's trying their very best. I mean, that's exactly what we're going to be hearing. Now, just to remind everybody, in case you had forgotten what's happened over the last number of months, let's go here to Fox 13 Seattle from 3 months ago.
Breaking news just into our newsroom. Hamas has just announced it has accepted a ceasefire deal proposed by Egypt and Qatar. There's no word on exactly what this deal entails, but it comes just hours after Israel started airstrikes in the town of Rafah, which Israel says is Hamas's last stronghold. Now, earlier this morning, Israel ordered about 100,000 Palestinians to leave the area. President Biden also spoke to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier this morning, Biden reiterating his concerns with the Israeli attacks. Israel has not commented on the potential ceasefire here, but we'll continue to follow.
There it is, right there at the end. Israel has not commented on the potential ceasefire, which they did not accept, which is why we are where we are right now. Oh, so sorry, that was our second to last video. Good God, that happened quickly. Alright, final video. Well done to everybody for making it this far. Let's go to a little place called the Majority Report.
But here is Joy Reid, MSNBC, praise where praise is due. This, I think, is impressive, and it's good to see on the cable network, frankly, that, you know, Democrats and liberals and are most likely to watch.
Early Saturday, an Israeli airstrike hit a school serving as a shelter in Gaza, killing at least 100 people and wounding nearly 50 others, according to Palestinian health authorities. On the same day as the strike, Vice President Kamala Harris condemned the loss of civilian life.
Yet again, there are far too many civilians who have been killed. I mean, Israel has a right to go after the terrorists that are Hamas. But as I have said many, many times, they also have, I believe, an important responsibility to avoid civilian casualties.
Uncommitted and anti-war voters see a reset with Harris on Israel and Gaza. Her language is different, capable of moving the needle and gaining favor with some of the voters who rejected President Biden over his stance on the region. But language is not enough. This was a school serving as a shelter for refugees of war, attacked during morning prayers. Witnesses said children, women, and old people were inside sleeping, and that the school was hit without an evacuation warning from the IDF. President Biden has faced months of public pressure to cut off the supply of weapons to Israel amid its war on Gaza, which has killed about...
I gotta say, I mean, Joy is often better than most MSNBC hosts on most things. But it is shocking to hear MSNBC talking about this like this at all. You know, for so long, for months and months, the media basically tried to ignore all of this. Aside from the attack on October 7th, they tried to pretend like the rest of it never was either not happening or it was all Palestinians' fault. And yeah, this is just such a huge tone shift. This one, that video we watched earlier of CNN showing what happened to that man's daughters and or children and wife. I mean, in my estimation, things are shifting to some degree out there. Pretty clearly, at least in the media, they are. I think the Western media just at this point it can no longer just ignore all of what's happening. Although they'll continue to try and frame it in as a pro-Israeli possible way as they can in most cases.
30,000 people since October. It's why the squad, all elected officials of color, are demanding a ceasefire, despite being targeted for removal from office by staunch supporters of the Netanyahu government and the ongoing bombardment of Gaza. The world is on edge right now, and rightly so. The U.S. is sending more troops to the Middle East to bolster defenses as Israel braces for an attack by Iran. So far, Vice President Harris has shown herself to be better positioned than President Biden to bring the party together on this issue. But we have to remember, Harris is still the vice president serving in the Biden administration. So her policy, should it differ from Biden's, isn't anything that she can implement now. Though it's absolutely fair for people to ask, why are we giving bombs to Israel? And Would she keep that policy in place as president? These questions will surely be visible during the Democratic National Convention next week. And how the party answers could impact the election, not to mention the lives of so many Palestinians who have suffered for much too long. For God's sake, this needs to end. And that is tonight's readout.
Good for her.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Good for her. That's in the 7 o'clock hour. I hope somebody hears that. I don't know if they'll act on it.
Somebody who needs to hear that.
This story out of Haaretz, the Israeli media. Israeli army uses Palestinian civilians to inspect potentially booby-trapped tunnels in Gaza. There's another way of saying that. The Israelis are using innocent Palestinians as human shields.
Yeah.
And there's probably even another way of saying that, because when we hear that supposedly Hamas uses Palestinians as...
I mean, my estimation of it is that Israel is using Palestinian civilians as bomb dogs.
Shields. And therefore, everything Israel does in killing Palestinian children, women, men, civilians, blowing up hospitals, blowing up schools, blowing up universities, blowing up 60, 70% of the housing in that country, blowing up water treatment facilities, stopping aid. All that is because Hamas's fault. Illegal. Because they're using Palestinian civilians as shields. In other words, don't shoot us because you'll shoot these innocent civilians. Well, in this case, that's not what's going on here. They are literally, the Israelis are literally using innocent Palestinians as basically cannon fodder.
It's disgusting.
Our lives are more important than their lives.
Wow.
Gazans not suspected of terrorism are detained and sent. And first of all, do you know how completely innocent you need to be as a Palestinian to not be suspected of terrorism if you live in Gaza? There are rules of engagement.
I mean, even babies aren't seemingly off the list. I don't know that's a great question. What do you have to do to be innocent in Gaza? And how does that differ from what other people that aren't innocent, supposedly? How does that treatment differ in any way?
Or if you're a male, you can get fired at, period.
Right.
This is from the Israeli press, Haaretz. Gazans not suspected of terrorism are detained and sent as human shields to search tunnels and houses before IDF soldiers enter, with the full knowledge of senior Israeli officers, several sources say. IDF claims that...
I think that is the most important part of this entire thing. Not suspected of terrorism. Sam didn't read that wrong. You didn't hear it incorrectly. These are people who aren't suspected of terrorism, meaning that Israel suspects them of being completely innocent civilians.
Practice is forbidden. They claim this to maintain their self-described title of being the most moral army in the world.
They forbade the Hannibal Directive in the mid-aughts or 2010s, and apparently that was
and Israeli press has already reported that they in fact did engage the Hannibal Directive, which is to kill any Israelis, whether they are military or not, who look like they may be taken prisoner.
So fucked.
At first, it's hard to recognize them, the piece writes. They're usually wearing Israeli uniforms. Many of them are in their 20s, and they're always with Israeli soldiers of various ranks. In other words, they dress them up as Israeli soldiers. But if you look...
That is disgusting. And definitely a fucking war crime.
Illegal.
I mean, the fact is, the list of war crimes that Israel has been committing is just so fucking long. It's been getting kind of tiresome calling them out for each and every one, but I'm gonna keep trying.
And how specific, I wouldn't necessarily say legalistic, but very specific. And this was a week ago. Now, I don't know. We can argue as to like what the value of her coming out and saying, you know, something at this juncture is. And you could argue that value both from an electoral standpoint, and you can argue that value from a actual impact on the ground standpoint. You can keep this up there because I want to read this. Phil Gordon wrote, the VP has been clear. She will always ensure Israel is able to defend itself against Iran and Iran-backed terrorist groups. Defend itself. She does not support an arms embargo on Israel. She will continue to work to protect civilians in Gaza and uphold international humanitarian law. Now, the policy options that range...
Now, just in case you're not familiar with who Phil Gordon is, according to his Wikipedia bio, Phil Gordon served as the assistant to the president and national security advisor to the vice president of the United States, that being Kamala Harris and Joe Biden.
From doing nothing to an embargo on all arms, including defensive arms, to all arms, is rather large. You could send, you know, Patriot missiles for Iron Dome or whatever it is, and then say, we're not going to send you any more planes. We're not going to send you any more tanks. We're not going to give you any more ammunition. We're not going to give you technology. We're not going to give you anything else. But that which is defensive specifically for against Iran and Iran-backed terrorist groups. Defensive. I'm not saying that she has plans to do any of these things. All I'm just telling you is that this guy wrote this specifically. He could have written, she will always be, she does not support an arms embargo on Israel. He could have also written, she does not support conditioning military aid to Israel. But he didn't write that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways. You could have ended it after defend itself instead of against Iran and Iran-backed terrorist groups, although the Iran-backed makes me worry about Hezbollah.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, it also includes Hamas, right? the Houthis, all the H's.
And then, you know, she'll continue to work to protect civilians in Gaza and uphold international humanitarian law. You know, he's saying international law. When you look at her comments, she says they have a responsibility, a moral responsibility. When you start to invoke law, that's when you see things starting to get serious. Not moral responsibility. Because then, you know, who's the arbiter of moral? And who, you know, what does responsibility mean? And all this.
Jesus
so,
say that.
I'm not suggesting that anything other than I think there is room to push Harris. I don't know how much of a material difference you're going to get in terms of what happens on the ground with the U.S. foreign policy, because I don't think she is in a position to shape that at this moment.
Yeah.
She can't go in and say, I'm the vice president, Biden, do what I say. That's not happening.
Exactly. That's one thing that I think we talked about recently, very recently, last few days, was that right now Kamala Harris is in a very weird position that I still haven't looked it up, and it may have happened in the past, but that I'm not aware of having happened, where she is the vice president of one administration, and still has to tailor all of her responses to align, generally, with the Biden administration, as she's the vice president, not the president. It's not her place, essentially, to be attempting to differ, really, in any drastic way from the Biden administration's policies, but is having to run a campaign right now, and in running that campaign, has to find a way to differentiate herself from the Biden campaign. It's a strange dichotomy that is happening, but is in fact she's gonna have to find a way to feed that needle, right? To promise something different from what's happening now, and at the same time not completely go against everything that the Biden administration's doing.
And again, we don't know what the dynamics are in terms of these relations, but if she wanted to be more full-throated against conditioning aid, she easily could have been, and this would have been the guy who was delivering that message.
You think she's more concerned about alienating donors who should be in prison? That's an interesting take. I don't know if I can even speak to that one with any certainty. I don't think I've done enough research on who she's getting all of her money from right now. I know she's gotten a shit ton in the last month. Okay. Good God, it's late. Well, we've made it through another one. Thankfully, we have each other to get through this. It's gonna be it for me tonight. I'll see you next time. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons: Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, DB, Robotkin, Selena, The Anti-Corporatist, Moanoab, Nadia, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears have just gotten done enjoying. You can too, for just a few dollars a month on Patreon. The link is in my chat and my bio.
Do you know what we're here for?
I believe that is the required number of ones in chat to engage the oldie Galactic Chill stream.